Wowee. Hello, everybody. What's up, Donu Whoa? Hello, Viren. Happy anniversary. No worries that you're not going to be here for the whole stream. That is totally okay. Please spend time with your person. Corvo, hello, Mama. YouTube chat is bumping today. YouTube chat, if you did not know... Oh, I gotta clean my glasses. The website chat is one of the top links in the description, and it's where you get all these cool motherfuckers over here. And, I pay a little bit more attention to the site chat. I will still say hello to the YouTube chat every once in a while, but I definitely don't pay nearly as much attention to y'all, so no hard feelings. You know, the website. It's free to come on over here. Hello, Winter! Yeah. The idea of a cure for autism is kind of terrifying. We are going to talk about it. So, I am having myself a little bit of a headache today, so we might not do as long of a stream as usual, but as per usual, we're gonna kind of chill and hang out for this first part of the show. So if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. I would love to get more people in here for the just hanging out part of the show. Learning how to maintain my glasses is a whole process. Like, they have to be cleaned, but I also am gonna have to clean the cloth at some point because it's getting, like, greasy in and of itself. I'm a new glasses wearer. I don't hate it. I like the way that it looks on me. Like, I think that glasses look good on me, but it is still, like, a bit of a learning curve. Yes, agreed. Autism does not need to be cured. And yes, Elon has a trans kid, kind of. Oh, they would like to have me on? Oh, yeah, I guess I kind of assumed that I would have a hard time getting a hold of Dead Domain since they're in the middle of a live stream, but I could definitely hop on there. So Dead Domain is doing a live stream, fundraising for mutual aid for people in need, and I've never spoken to them before, except on Twitter a little bit. God, what is happening? I'm gonna have to go more in depth on this cleaning of my glasses later on. Okay, you know what? That's gonna have to be good enough for now. At least I can read. Yeah, I should join them for a bit. Is it curing or alleviating symptoms of discomfort? Well, I don't know. I have, like, a headache today, and I don't think it's because of my eyes. I've definitely had eye strain recently, and I do feel like it's making it a little bit better. but I'm not very consistent with wearing them, so... Lux plus DD would be super fun. Yeah, okay, maybe I need to go hop in the stream chat and be like, hey, bitch. No, except not really. Let's not say hey, bitch to Dead Domain. But you know what I mean. The autism thing. Oh, yeah, I haven't read the article. Mama Mephistopheles shared the article in the Discord server, and I think that it has to do with, like, reducing the outward behaviors of autism, rather than, like, alleviating any of the discomfort that the person is experiencing. It seems more about, like, why don't we make you less of a problem? Yeah. You think Dead Domain would appreciate that greeting? Hey, bitch. Let me on your stream. Oh, gosh. We have fun, okay? We have fun. Okay. Okay, I want to mute this. Or, I don't know, I'll just mute it for you. You can't hear. I'm gonna mute it for you people. Oh god, come on. We'll hop on and say hi to Dead Domain. Well, Dead Domain's in the middle of doing something. Like, they're playing a game right now, so maybe I'll be like, hey, I was told I should say hi and maybe jump on later. Love ya. Okay, there we go. I have now said hi to Dead Domain. Anyway. Dead Domain is wonderful. They promoted my video game when it launched unprompted. That's super cool. I love it when there's people in the community who will do, like, I'll boost you even if I don't know you kind of thing, or I'll boost you if I see, like, if I see your shit posted. Like, you know, criticisms of Xander Hall notwithstanding, he was, like, the first person to retweet my GoFundMe when I first posted it. I don't know which chat Dead Domain looks at. They call me the streaming matchmaker. I do want to be friends with more streamers. I just don't, I don't often make the effort. And I know that they just started this stream not too long ago, and they're doing a 24-hour stream, which is crazy. Oh, Jihariel says that they started following Mama Mephistopheles on Twitter. Main is Twitch. Oh my god. I posted on the YouTube chat. I don't even know if I have Twitch anymore. Oh my god. Why? Why does Twitch automatically play noises when you go there? Oh, by the way, if you haven't heard about it already, I'm running a GoFundMe right now. So speaking of, like, I might join this for mutual aid thing, I am trying to escape from Kansas with my family to move to the Pacific Northwest, and I'm running a GoFundMe, and it's already gotten to 25% of the total goal. So if you haven't checked it out, there's a link in the description of the YouTube video. And there's a link, and there's a link, and I would appreciate it if you would hit the share button or donate. That would be wonderful. Okay, I don't fucking know my Twitch password anymore, apparently. Nope. I no longer know my Twitch password. I'm like listening to Jordan and you can't hear them. Oh my god! Why does Twitch need 8 fucking million things to get on their stupid ass website? I swear to fucking god your website does not require this many steps to get into it. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking H. I just want to say hi to Dead Domain. That's literally all I want to do. Just let me back into my fucking account. Hi Kitty Tick, welcome in. No worries. Don't know my OO. See you later. Willow says don't go to Tacoma. My partner and I just left there due to harassment for being queer. Isn't Tacoma like part of Seattle, basically? Like it's more or less in Seattle? That's wild. I'm just coming over here because I'm trying to get in the chat. Why? Why? The video is just like keeps resetting. It keeps saying video download has failed. Like, stop it. Thank you so much, Nikki, for donating to the GFM. Tacoma's like 30 miles away from Seattle. Okay, I was kind of under the impression that it was all more or less like very close to each other. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. I've now said hi to Dead Domain on both chats. We moved to Ollie. There are technical difficulties on Dead Domain stream. Look at this. It's just not working. But yeah, Ollie is nice. Tacoma is its own city, 35 miles south of Seattle. They used to compete as major port towns. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, Ollie is Olympia. You moved to Olympia. Cool. Yeah, I'm probably moving to Oregon. There's 54 viewers in here, which means we could very easily get to 50 likes. Wouldn't that be incredible? 50 likes? I need to message Dead Domain on Twitter now. Oh my god, why? Okay, I'm gonna find... Oh man, the usernames on Discord have gotten really simple, haven't they? Okay, we're gonna hop on with Dead Domain and say hi for a little bit. What should we talk about with Dead Domain? I've never talked about anything with Dead Domain. So if I get on with another non-binary YouTuber, what should we talk about? Olympia, organ, oregano, orgasm. Yeah. Cats? Oh, that's a great idea. Fear 3. I don't know what Fear 3 is supposed to mean. Geology, obviously. Yeah. Mama Mephistopheles recommended that I should talk to Dead Domain. And since Dead Domain's doing like a 24-hour stream, I figured, you know, I'll pop over there and say hi. We haven't ever chatted before, so... Are there any questions I should ask Dead Domain? Do you have any burning questions for them? DD does undercover stuff. Very cool. Yeah, I didn't actually watch, but I saw that they did a video looking into like a certain transphobic, like a hate church, basically. And then more recently, they infiltrated CPAC, which I thought was I did watch those 2 videos, and those were fun. Oh, jeez. Discuss how one achieves their tummy. The tummy? Tornadoes might be biased, though. Fair enough. You know what? I do the same thing, though. A couple of you have called Dead Domain her, and I do the same thing. I have to really pay attention with Dead Domain that they're a they. I don't know why. It's not on purpose. It's just like, maybe I just know a lot of trans feminine people, and it kind of like just translates over. What did CPAC smell like? Okay. I could ask that. Gonna have to pay attention to Discord because I think I might be getting a friend request on Discord. From Dead Domain. A Dead Domain. Does DD go by they exclusively? I'm pretty sure. Let me look at... Yeah. Yeah, it's the very first thing in the Twitter bio. It says they, them. Filmmaker, writer, cosplayer. So it seems like it's exclusively they, them. Honestly, DD was insanely brave / crazy for going to the Nazi church. That could have gone so badly. I mean, honestly, Dead Domain passes as a... What's the word? Is the word groiper? Is that the right word? Like, they really can just become a weird Republican in their outward appearance. You know, seeing the video on CPAC for sure. I was hoping they'd managed to infiltrate the RNC, but I'm not sure who's allowed to attend there. Yeah. I have to imagine it smelled like a nursing home. Yeah. There were a lot of kind of old people. Mm-hmm. Dead Domain had to restart the stream, so technical difficulties. Groiper is the right word. Okay, cool. The stream does not want to load for me. You couldn't pay me to attend one of those. No. I feel like I would not possibly go to the RNC or the CPAC, and like, not the least of which is because I don't want to get sick. Like, I don't want to get COVID. Dead Domain did start to get sick after the 2nd or 3rd day of CPAC. That's some serious NB cred to pass as an incel from a more femme baseline. Yeah, agree. I think part of it is that Dead Domain has like a naturally kind of red complexion, and that leads itself to like a very particular kind of I don't know, like the young man with a red face who's wearing like a ball cap and a Trump shirt. Like I just feel like that's a particular demo that Dead Domain is really easily able to just swap into. Can't wait until the back of my hair is more grown out. Look at this. It's still only like 6 inches long back here. Somebody jumped into the Zypation jumped into the chat over there. Definitely keep telling Dead Domain how awesome they are. I know, I'm listening to the Twitch stream. So I'm waiting for them to message me back on, like, Discord or something. A lot of incels struggle with masculinity. DD is showing what they can look like if they stop being little weirdos and embrace the femme. True. I bet CPAC smelled like a mosh pit. Reed says because a lot of guys who don't shower or leave their mom's basement go to things like that. Yeah. I imagine it smelled like sweat and desperation. Dead Domain just said that they don't know how well their body is going to take doing a 24-hour stream because they haven't stayed up that long in a long time. Let me tell you, as a 30-year-old, I can't do 4 a.m. nights anymore. Like, I can't stay up that late. It sucks. I definitely couldn't do a 24-hour stream. I would not even try. I would not even come close to trying. Groypers, give in to the urge to femme. Unburden yourselves. Unburden yourselves. Don't forget to drink water, everybody. I'm 27 now. I only have 3 years of 4 a.m. night left. Sad. So sad. I know. Reed says it's hard for me and I'm not even 25 yet. Beyond Storm Chasing says, have you hit that point where you can't, like, drink at all anymore either? I get a hangover from anything remotely alcoholic now. I do okay, but my partner and I also almost exclusively drink whiskey and beer, and I find that, like, the more sugar you get in, like, the worse the hangover is. So if I drink, like, wine, I'm more likely to get hungover. Or I might even start to feel that way before I'm even done drinking. Like, before I'm even going... I haven't even gone to bed yet. It's not even the next day I start to feel hungover. It's the same night. But if I stick to whiskey and beer, which are, like, they have relatively... I guess beer has a decent amount of, like, carbs in it, which is kind of like sugar, but I think it's stuff with a lot of tannins in it that tends to make me feel more hungover. I stay up late but enjoy daytime naps to compensate. I am not a napper. I don't want to be a napper either. I'm like, I don't want to. I find it so difficult to manage my time during the day anyway. You know, like I'll find like, oh my god, I've been trying to do this task or like trying to switch from one task to another, and it's taking a long fucking time for me to do things. So I just feel like if I take a nap, it's gonna cut into that even more. And I think part of it also is that I don't drink caffeine anymore. You know, like I don't do I don't do the caffeine. So I can't like drink Red Bull to stay up late, you know. I'm drinking Fireball for my first beverage. 21 is coming up soon for me. I like cinnamon and spicy stuff like that. Fireball was I mean, I didn't like Fireball as much because it's really syrupy. What I ended up doing was I would drink this cinnamon whiskey called Cinerator, which was like more alcohol in it and it was less syrupy, and I liked that better. But yeah, it was definitely an early 20s thing for me. Yeah, I have a 3-hour wake up period after I wake up, and then a nap will just fuck everything for days, if not weeks, right? I agree. If you're having a depression day, sleeping can reset your brain, so I could see that being a reason to nap in the middle of the day. I don't really have depression days anymore. I'm so fucking on top of it. Dermot, I love your name. Dermot is such a strong name. Does anyone remember Four Loko? I was never a Four Loko. Ooh, a shot of Fireball and a glass of apple cider. That does sound good. Ugh. I hardly drink at all. Most hard liquor tastes like rubbing alcohol to me. I like baby drinks like Moscato. I had a whiskey recently that tasted like smoke and diesel and oak barrels, and I was like, whoa, that's a very intense. It was Johnny Walker Black label. Yes, I do drink decaf. I drink decaf coffee because I love the taste of coffee. Dermot the Krog. Oh no. Yeah, I've really grown to enjoy beer. Definitely more of a beer person than I used to be. Dead Domain's cat is screaming. I'm just still listening to their stream. Like, I wonder if they're gonna message me sometime soon. I drink small amounts of beer occasionally. I was a Long Island iced tea drunk from 21 to 28 and do not miss it as much as they really are the best drink. Long Island iced tea is like you're only drinking that to try to get as fucked up as possible in as short a period of time as possible. That's what I know about Long Island iced teas. I've never personally had one, but that's my understanding of like the reason why you drink this is to get absolutely trashed as soon as humanly possible. So you guys know how I'm working on these survival skills because like there are going to be more and more food shortages and the world fucking sucks and it's going to continue to get worse. It turns out I'm really fucking bad at all of them so far. I'm not very good at fishing, which is, I've done fishing more than I've done hunting because I think it'll be easier to go hunting when sunrise is later in the day because right now it's like 6 a.m. and I don't really feel like going hunting at 6 a.m. But that's when the bestest time is to shoot wabbits. And then like my garden is kind of doing shit, but that might just be because I should have put compost in it and I did not do that. But yeah, it's just like I'm a little disappointed. I'm so bad at all of it so far. Yeah, I bet fishing would be easy if you could get an explosives permit. These are all skills that require a lot of patience and practice. I know, but I want to just be good at it. Okay? Fucking true, mama. Me when I'm not good at a new hobby immediately. Well, time to give up and hate myself forever. Fishing and hunting both take several years of practice learning about animal and fish behavior. Shush! I don't want to hear it! I just want to be good at it immediately. What do you mean I can't catch a rabbit the first time I go hunting? I know. Listen. I'm just bitching. I'm just complaining. Because I'm like, man, I expected to at least see some moderate amount of success. But, you know, it would help if I practiced more. Plus, every time I go hunting, I have to, like, shower immediately afterward and, like, immediately wash my clothes because there are so many ticks here. When I move to Oregon, I am not going to have to deal with the ticks nearly as much. I mean, there are still ticks, but there aren't the kind of ticks that give you Lyme disease or alpha-gal sensitivity. I would be so fucking mad if I lost the ability to eat meat. Like, oh my god, I would be very upset. Also, yes, the gifted kid struggle. I was so good at school. How are we going to make cat food in the apocalypse? So the thing is that cats can eat regular food, like people food, and they kind of hypothetically should. Cats can eat pumpkin, they can eat peas, they can eat fish, they can eat chicken, they can eat very small amounts of liver, and that might not address all of their nutritional needs, but it would certainly be better than nothing. I agree, Yamez. Yes, chickens are the ultimate livestock, free fertilizer from their poop, and great waste disposal. You should find a local hunting group on Facebook and ask one of the old people to teach you some tricks. You know, that's like an idea. I could do that. Cats are also good hunters themselves, in theory. Some cats are just doofuses. Right, well, I really don't encourage, if you have a pet, I don't think you should let it outside to hunt for itself because it is going to... Because cats hunt for sport and they can devastate local ecosystems. So I would not recommend just letting it outside to hunt. Yeah, the stream has closed captions. Plus, a lot of us have cats that have never really been outside. Like, if my cat was just suddenly put outside, he does not have the correct instincts. He does not have the hunting instincts. He doesn't have the skills. He's too fat to jump and catch anything. He's too fat to chase anything. He would not have a good time. Plus, yeah, if you live somewhere kind of... I mean, even if you don't live somewhere rural, there are foxes in town where I live. Like, yeah, sometimes there's coyotes... Apparently chickens will, like, chase down mice and just eat it. Which is pretty incredible. Beyond Storm Chasing says, if you're in Maricopa County, Arizona, stay weather aware. There are 2 fast-moving rotating thunderstorms in the area, strong potential for dangerous storms to pop up. That is good to know. It's important to have a few farm cats to control vermin populations. I mean, I feel like if you are storing grain, then yeah, but like if you're not storing stuff like that, then is it really likely that you're going to have a rodent problem? My cat made friends with the local rodents? Or do you mean your chickens? Your chickens made friends with the local rodents? Oh, God. Yeah, chickens are aggressive as shit. They're dinosaurs, you know? Like, a chicken is a little dinosaur running around. Post-apocalypse means we're already outside. That does not necessarily... It's not necessarily the case. I am going to, I mean, so obviously I'm running the GoFundMe right now, and there's a link in the description, and I'm trying to move... Like, this is for the cross-country move, which is going to be, like, a shit ton of money all at once. And my partner is also saving up, and I'm also saving up. So, like, the GoFundMe, like, will cover... Like, if we get to 100% on the GoFundMe, that will cover a lot of it. And then once we're there, it's like, my apocalypse plan is to just have a house. So... Yeah, if you slap a chicken, its friends will attack you like Breath of the Wild. Chickens are crazy. Chickens are insane. Storm cells sound nasty down in Arizona. Yeah, I didn't know that you could get tornadoes in Arizona. When was the last time there was a tornado in Arizona? How rare are tornadoes in Arizona? The state usually sees roughly 4 or 5 tornadoes each year. Okay. I mean, I would have expected it to be 0, but I guess they get a couple each year. I haven't seen The Last of Us 2. I haven't played it, and I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get spoiled on the TV show season 2. Climate change is causing Tornado Alley to travel southeast slowly. Would it be southwest if it was going toward Arizona? It's possible in Arizona there just usually isn't enough cold air to mix. Fair. Humans are basically troglodytes in the non-derogatory sense. Our homes are basically little caves and caverns. Yeah. My mic is low? What do you mean? Like, do you just mean, like, away from my face? Or are you saying the volume is low? Because, again, I can't fucking change the volume. Like, it's as high. It's low, it's low, it's low, and it's as high as it goes. Okay, Dead Domain has sent me a friend request. Allegedly. I wish I understood Discord. Because Dead Domain just said that they sent me a friend request, but it's not showing up in my area here. What if I quit Discord? And then open it back up again. Yes, it's going to be a crossover episode. I grew up around 200-foot tall dust devils called microbursts. They can break car windows, rip up carports, and really scratch you up with sand abrasions. That sounds crazy. I am hate. I am full of anger. Okay. Okay, we're gonna join Dead Domain and whoever the fuck they're talking to right now. I feel like a grandma 12 years ago on Discord, TBH. Yeah, I don't have friend requests blocked. Oh, maybe I do. I don't know. Dead Domain, Dead Domain, Dead Domain, Dead Domain, Dead Domain. We're gonna do it. Discord is a knockoff of Slack, and it still has a lot of Slack's ugly UI design choices. Yeah. Thank God I never used Slack, but I never worked in an office job, so there was kind of never any need. We're gonna cover the cure for autism thing a little bit later. I don't actually hate the Discord UI. Babies are funny because you get to watch them be super smart and super not smart all the time. Oh, God. They're incredible, but they're also big dummies. We have not talked about any of the segments yet today. Oh God, Jessie Gender is going to be on the stream later. I definitely need to get on and then leave before that happens. Can we get Doki Doki Discourse on the line too? Criminally underrated creator. Like Doki Doki Literature Club? I've seen the Game Grumps play that game. Get to have fun. What's my issue with Jessie? Twitter is my issue with Jessie. If you haven't seen any of it, I don't know. I don't want to like rehash all of it. Oh, Doki is another YouTuber. But so Doki Doki is a different thing. Okay. I think Dead Domain is gonna loop me into the call soon. Doki got their name from Doki Doki, the game. Okay. Oh my god, there was a donation? Zypation, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Winter, enjoy your cool color name. I'm gonna join the stream. Okay, we're jumping in soon. I'm expecting to hear the sounds of Discord call any moment now. I'm also annoying on Twitter. Yeah, no, it was like... She just does that thing where she uncritically supports whatever the nearest black activist is saying to her, and it's kind of fucking annoying. Recent on Twitter or more long-term? It was a while ago, right? Like the Jessie gender melting down on Twitter shit. That was like... I mean, it was sometime within the past year, I think. Any moment now. Any moment now. Doki Doki is a Japanese onomatopoeia for a heartbeat. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, she boosted things where people were calling shark a slur. Is it weird that I still feel like I did about not watching Game of Thrones with how I was never on Twitter? When it all ended badly, I wasn't mad. Yeah. The Chariot video on the Jessie Gender say her name stuff is probably the quickest way to understand what was going on. Love Chariot. God bless Chariot. She's one of my favorites. Chariot. We're all trying to figure out Discord today. Yes. Yes. Hello. I am present.
And then let me see if Mia is here, and Mia and Bugs might both be. Okay. All right, let me...
Okay, I'm turning voice or push to talk back on so that I can talk to the chat. I'm just gonna put. I just put.
And you guys are good to talk.
What we're doing.
Okay.
Who's on
Hi,
call?
I'm Rosa from the Composting Podcast.
Hello, that's a great name for a podcast. I'm
Thank
Luxander
you.
from the YouTube channel Luxander.
Wow, Luxander from Luxander. That's awesome.
Luxander of the Luxander clan? I don't
Program.
know.
Whoa.
Yeah, program.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I've established my own Hogwarts house.
Oh, that's awesome. What's it called?
It's Luxander. We just went over this.
Oh, okay. Why picture a clan?
Asked and answered.
I'm just making shit up anyway. It's cool.
No, it's totally. So really quick, for anybody, because I know we had a small bump in viewers. We have with us as guests, and we are about to have 2 more, I think, in a couple minutes. But Luxander from the self-titled YouTube channel uses its pronouns, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And Rosa, she, her pronouns, right? Or she, they?
Yep. Or Freedom Eagle America pronouns from Composting.
From the Composting podcast. And they are joining me here as we just kind of sit and chill. And we're going to be playing some games as everybody just chats and talks. We have raised $2,500 now of our $4,500 goal for the first of 5 GoFundMes. Once this is finished, if anybody is new to the stream and you look on the stream, if you see once this one's finished, then the cat ears come out. Once the second GoFundMe is finished, we play Elden Ring. The third one, we get cosplay, and then the fourth one, I cannot imagine I'll be in any shape to be like sexy by the time of the fourth one. Like we're at the rate we're going,
you're gonna be like alcoholic mothering.
Yeah, at the rate we're going for the fourth one, I will be an absolute wreck, but I do have a lingerie set I will be putting on. For anybody wanting to donate, if you want a stream membership, that's fine. Otherwise, if you want, do not give any super chats, do not give any donations to the stream. There are links in the chat to donate to, and use those. And let me make sure that you guys can continue talking. I just needed to do that little spiel.
So what's your take on all this woke shit?
Oh God, I mean, which one? Do we mean
Which
DEI? Do we mean
I don't know.
pornography? Do we mean the transgenders? I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. It's like it's crazy how they all
someone
loop together, right?
Someone in my chat was asking me the other day. I was talking about all this crazy sex I'm having. I was like, I had sex. And they're like, what's sex? And it's like, well, when a man loves a woman, but I can't even say that anymore because it's like when a man loves a dog at this point, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that slippery slope. We're all just landsliding down it at this point. Next thing, it's gonna be drone fetishes and all kinds of crazy nonsense.
I'm cool because I want to get like I want to transition into like a cool ass fucking train. I think that'd be cool.
A cool
Like
what?
a
You blanked out for a
Cool
second.
train.
Oh, a train. I thought that's what you said. Yeah. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's what I want to transition into. So I'm fine with that woke bullshit as long as it like gets me to the point that I can be an ICM cargo train and people can like sneak onto me to ride across the country.
Well, you know, we all support trains' rights here.
True. Shout out Oogles. Shout out all my train riders in chat. If you ride the rails, big shout out. This is a trains rights stream.
All right, I might try. All right. First off, I guess I need to make sure that nobody has like beef or everybody is cool with Luxander. You're cool with like Jessie Gender and Mia Moore and Bugs Maytrix?
I love Mia Moore. I follow Bugs Maytrix. I think Jessie Gender has made some unfortunate comments, but I'm tolerant.
Okay. Would you be okay enough to be on a stream?
Oh yeah. No, I'm cool. I'm a Midwesterner. We're good at being polite to people that we don't love.
Okay. All right. I don't.
No beef.
This isn't gonna be a beef.
I'm a vegetarian, and I ain't fucking scared of him.
True.
Okay, I'm gonna go and add. We're gonna add Bugs.
I'm taking credit for this crossover by being annoying in 2 different stream chats. Good call.
Anti-woke warrior in the call.
Definitely, we have to campaign together against the woke mob.
Stick together against all this woke bullshit. Yeah. I'm still riding with Biden. I think it's messed up how woke it's gotten, where we can't even have an 87-year-old as president anymore.
Am I friends?
The ageism is so real.
Bugs.
Yeah. Age is just a number, man. Come on.
Oh, no.
Do not clip that. Do not clip that. Chat, do not clip that.
Too
Chat,
late.
never. Do not clip that. Fuck.
It's cool. The other day I said political violence, always fun. And I was like, I know somebody's going to clip that.
Yeah. You just have to say political violence is always fun, except when it's adventurous. And then just read just read political theory at your chat. That's always good content.
Just let everybody fill in the blanks.
Yep. Yo.
All right.
Howdy, can y'all hear me?
Yes, this is Mia, and Bugs, I believe, is connecting right now as well.
Do I sound like I'm talking into like a pretty decent microphone, or do I sound like I'm talking to my computer mic?
No, you're doing
Sounds
good.
Sound like you're.
Okay, good. I just didn't know if it was connected proper.
No, it sounds
Hey,
great.
So we're now joined by
My
Mia
mic's
Moore
not
and
working,
Bugs
so I'm using my
Maytrix.
shitty mic. This one's just for show.
I love Mia Moore.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I love all these people so
Bugs,
far.
what
How's
happened
the
to
stream
you?
been going, guys?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello. All right, everybody. We just introduced. And let me actually on my stream go to just a regular one so we can.
I
All
put
right,
the
there
okay
we
and
go.
woke
And
because
let
I'm
me-
like doing okay today. True, Dermot.
Sorry. There we go. So we just introduced Luxander, and now we have Bugs Maytrix and Mia Moore joining us. Mia,
Oh,
why
I
don't you
agree,
start by
Byron. I'm sure
introducing
Jessie is
yourself,
completely
and
normal.
then we will go to Bugs.
Sorry, y'all cut out. Did you tell me to do something?
Yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, and then we'll go to Bugs.
Hey guys, I'm Bugs Matrix. Any pronouns? I don't know. I'm Mia. Hey guys, I'm actually Mia. I don't even know what this bit is. She, her. People in the chat are asking.
I was like, wait, no, Bugs, you sound just like Mia.
Oh, no.
No,
Oh,
no,
that's
this
so
is how Mia
crazy. Yeah,
sounds.
we swap bodies.
Yeah.
It's like a Freaky
kind
Friday
of a-
situation, but we didn't switch
more of a-
back.
More of a Twisted Thursday, but Wacky Wednesday.
Oh, I love
I'm not
their
sure
music.
if Bugs argued with
We're not
someone
gonna
hosting the Crucible.
Jesus.
Bugs has been sick with COVID
Yeah, so
recently.
I'm a comedian and a filmmaker, and I've got an upcoming movie that is gonna be cool. That's all I'll say about that.
Hype for the movie.
hell yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's sick as hell.
And
Alexa, do
we
you wanna
are,
introduce
and then
yourselves?
yeah, Bugs.
Hi, I'm Bugs. I'm the little tiny things that live under rocks. Any pronouns? Also psyched for Mia's movie. It's very cool.
Well, you're
And,
in it, aren't you?
I'm in it a little bit.
No, mama.
And did a lot of other shit behind the scenes with it. But it's yeah.
Jordan, should we talk
I-
about the movie? Do you think that would be a good idea? Maybe.
I mean, I would love that.
I mean, if you want to, go ahead.
So
For sure.
again is a movie that that I made, and Bugs is one of our
Here.
executive producers on the film. And it's a queer sci-fi romance film about time travel and messy dykes, and sort of like coming
Now
out
you can
of
see
a
everybody's
10-year span
names.
of dissociation to like learn how to be a person again through
So
the
this
realm
one
of
down
time
here in this
travel.
corner is
And,
Mia?
yeah, we shot it last summer, and we've been
That's
in post for the
Bugs.
last year. So like now it's finally, hopefully, almost finished. Who knows?
Yeah, it's Mia's been dragging it, kicking and screaming across the finish line for the last few months, and it's so fucking sick. Oh, I'm gonna lightly just plug that the score's hype as shit, and
I see people in the chat asking when it's coming out, and I feel like this has kind of become like a little mini
I know it's such a huge
meme
crossover.
in my community, just because everybody fucking knows that I don't know when this movie's coming out. I'm so sorry.
Post
She'll
production
come
takes
out
a
when
long
she's
time,
ready.
all right?
You can't crack a movie's egg.
You can't. Yeah, thanks, Bugs.
Yeah. Well, you don't
It's the
want
prime directive.
Yeah, no, it's the same principle.
Right.
How is
I don't know how
everybody
much I
today?
can-
Well, other than that, Mia, what have you been working on?
I don't know. Reading. I just finished an Agatha Christie book today. That was fun. I don't really. My life isn't that interesting.
Don't invoke a 5v1 debate, mama. That's so
I don't
mean.
know about that. You live in LA. Like, there's
Yeah, I live in
life is more
LA.
interesting than me.
Yeah, I mean, where do you live? Your
Spokane.
full address, please.
Yeah, assassination
no,
coordinates.
it's,
and that.
The people who actually want to dox me would love that, I'm sure.
Okay, well, okay, Bugs, you go first. You tell us your full address and we'll coax it out of Jordan.
All right. So it's P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney.
I don't think any of you live in the greatest
Classic
fucking city
reference.
in the world. Upstate New York, baby! It's just one
Baby,
big fucking city.
Oh yeah.
If Bratty Sucky Boy is still in chat, do you wanna bring some Jersey in here
Dude, I
to
would
fight
talk
against
shit on Jersey all fucking day, little fucker. I fucking hate the little you fucking like
This is gonna let me rest my voice a lot.
who can't afford New York City rent, and it's like you're not a real New Yorker. If you're a real New Yorker and you can't afford New York City rent, you move up to Rochester or Buffalo, and you experience beauty and culture and the greatest.
Rochester fucks.
Fuck yeah!
I don't think there's anyone called Henry.
Yeah, it does. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Fucking A. Hell yeah. Fuck New
Cats
Jersey.
there.
What was that?
I saw the movie Cats there.
Hell yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm a film
Is it
critic.
always like that? Is
Yeah,
it always
I
like
think so.
cats? Okay.
Yep.
They're always.
They filmed The Amazing Spider-Man 2 in Rochester.
Oh.
So we're known for our cinematic history.
Yeah, by being an
Rosa,
that
in
created
response-
crossover that lets Lux rest its voice.
In
True.
response, Bratty Psychic Boy says, fucking liter of cola. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means either. It's just because New Jerseyans or whatever the fuck
Good for
they
my
all call
headache.
themselves have created their own language. And I think we should ship them back to the old Jersey because their language is as degenerate and unrecognizable and distorted by their mangled teeth as the British.
There's no Joel in here.
From my
There's
perception.
no
Much
there's
love,
no
by the
Joel.
way.
I didn't know we had such Jersey beef here.
Yeah, you did.
Prime Jersey beef.
Last time I was on your stream, I started talking shit on New Jersey. You knew this. You just want content. You're a content.
I have been on a stream with Joel before. It
Beef
was
Jersey.
like 3 years ago.
Beef Jersey.
Yeah, that was. I could. Yeah.
I'm talking mostly to
Pork
you,
roll,
chat.
bacon, egg, and
not
cheese.
the
Does that mean
group chat
Pork roll,
I'm in.
bacon, egg, and cheese. Yeah. That means
Oh,
something.
that's what
are your opinions on Margot
Katra was
Robbie's
telling me
character
about
from
that.
Babylon. Are you a
Pardon?
fan?
I still need to
Margot
see
Robbie's
Babylon.
character from Babylon. Are you a hater? New
I
Jersey
haven't
native.
I haven't seen it.
Ellie
I haven't
Leroy.
seen it in a while. No.
Oh,
You're
wow.
missing
Fake
out.
film
I think
critic.
you're missing out.
I'm the world's shittiest film critic. People ask
What
me
about
if I've
Margot
seen the
Robbie as
movie.
Harley Quinn?
I have positive feelings on that.
I have negative
Yeah.
feelings.
See, people from New Jersey are good.
I love how
I'll
nobody
take
can
a
have beef
bold
with me
stance
because I'm
and
too
say,
small of
"Some
a
people from
streamer.
New
Nobody knows
Jersey,
anything about
hell
me.
yeah, brother.
I think that
I don't know if you can
we're
say
going.
hell yeah.
I think
brother,
that I'm
anymore.
going to review your movie on a podcast, and it's going to
I
get
know
a 0.
what Joel
That's
means.
What I think.
They're just no. He's
It
not
It
here.
can't get a zero. You've watched
There's
Sound of
nobody-
Freedom on
there-
composting, right?
Someone in the
no,
YouTube
the
chat is
lowest
asking.
movie that we've reviewed is Girl Finds Out She's Adopted feature film by Dar Man, and that got a 1.5.
I know
that
it was
got
really funny, Kitty
1.5
Tick.
out of
I
10.
literally said like
Then I think it's
before I got on, I
the
was like, oh, I'm
Friend
gonna need to get
movie,
out of here before Jesse Gender hops on, and then they're immediately
Cyber
like, oh, so about
Seduction,
Jesse
the
Gender.
Smosh
I'm like, well,
movie is Jessica
I am
Rosa,
capable of
Jessica
being
Rosa.
polite.
Wait, let me
What
get
do
the
you
film
think of the
ranking.
AVGN movie?
We still that's on our list of movies that we need to do.
What about 8th grade? That's a YouTube movie.
We
many
want to
ways.
do
I haven't seen 8th grade. I need to.
the
The Jonah Hill movie?
Who's
No,
the guy that
that's
came on his
1990s. Never mind.
It's a Bo Burnham movie.
Who's the guy that jizzed on his cat?
Oh, Shane
Onision?
Dawson.
Shane Dawson.
Shane Dawson, yeah.
I mean, honestly,
did the
we don't
Shane
know
Dawson
that the rest of the guys didn't jizz on their cat. Like Bo Burnham could have
Yeah.
done that.
He probably
He just didn't
did.
brag about it.
I don't.
No, but he
trust
could
him.
write a song about it and be way too catchy for its own good.
Let me pull up the film ranking. It goes lowest rated is Girl Finds Out She's Adopted, Smosh the movie, Fred the movie, Cyber Seduction.
We're just hanging out, by the way,
The
because
Interview,
Dead Domain's doing a 24-hour charity stream.
Above that
So
is
that's why we're
Inside
here.
Out
James
2.
Franco.
We're just supporting the
Yeah,
charity
the
stream.
Seth Rogen?
Yeah, the Seth Rogen movie. And I made a.
If this
I
turns
made
into a
bunch of
5v1, I
very
was never
cool
here.
North Korean
I'm holding
marches
you
for that-
personally
that
responsible,
episode,
Mama.
which is sick.
Hell
But,
yeah.
9 out of 30 is Inside Out 2. 11 out of 30, Love Lies Bleeding, and that's just positive reviews from there. Love Lies Bleeding stocked.
You're gonna find some contention here, I feel, Rosa.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's why I
when
said
Mia's
it.
movie comes out, I can review that
That's why I
too.
said it.
That'll be
I'm
good.
going to.
That's why I'm saying. Well, I was about to say,
Possibly
which is,
disagree.
which is why I'm rooting
You're
for
allowed to be
you.
wrong.
This is
Which
enough
is why
people
I'm
in the
rooting
chat
for
that they're
you.
all talking over
Which is
each
why I
other.
want you to do well, because lesbians have not been eating this year. There was like Runaway Dolls that was mid.
Yeah, that movie was.
We have 2 songs
what-
about eating
what was
pussy in like the
bleeding?
top 100 right now.
That's a bro fist.
Okay, let me. I'm gonna invite Jessie real quick into this
Lesbians
conversation.
haven't been eating in
This
the
is now
year of
too many
Chapel
people.
Roan. How dare you?
I think it's officially too many people now.
They haven't
But
been
it's
eating
good.
in a
We'll stick
while.
around for a little bit.
It's Brat Summer.
True.
Jessie has entered the chat.
Yeah, and
Okay.
JoJo Siwa. We're all super fans, right?
Oh my
Ugh.
god. Can we like can we Freaky Friday her and Hulk Hogan? I think everyone would win.
What would
Honestly,
that
I
even
think
look
that
like?
she would like that more than Hulk.
No, she would love it. She would love
Yeah.
it. She would change
What would Hulk
nothing
Hogan
about.
do?
There's no
I don't
subject. We're just
care.
chilling.
I think JoJo Siwa should be an aged wrestler. She has the vibe.
True,
That's
Ox.
Oh, and
The
Jessie,
good.
are you here?
Hello, hi.
Hi, Jessie.
I
Jessie
came
Gender in the chat with us.
I came in at an interesting moment.
It's been a
Hi, Murph.
cacophony of interesting moments already.
Well, I'll leave you all to it. I'm going to dinner. But Jordan, if you need anything, let me know. Have a good stream, everybody.
Definitely.
You're
Well,
saying
thank you so
lesbians
much,
aren't
Rosa.
eating.
Toodles.
Also, Bugs, this is so important to note, but just so you know, your coughs are very loud right in the microphone.
Yes, I apologize.
So just make sure that you
I'm-
do that directly into the microphone.
I'm in my defense. I literally had COVID
optimal.
3 days ago.
Do you not? Are
You're here
you
with us
all
right
better now?
Maybe you're gonna get us sick.
I think so.
Is it contagious
bet-
over Discord chat?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's how that works, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, this is gonna be a super spreader event. Sorry.
Honestly, if I'm gonna
True,
get it from
mama.
anybody, it may as well be you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
All right, I have updated chat info for everybody just coming in now. Really quick, I will give my spiel, and then Jessie, you will do a little introduction if that's okay. We are raising money for trans and POC folks who need help with medical bills and or finding housing. We have 5 GoFundMes that we are working on right now. When we get to the next GoFundMe, when this one's fully funded, I will be putting on cat ears.
Listen,
we
the
have
varying
additional
audio levels are
tiers
how you tell
that
who's
work
who.
their way up in severity, from me putting on cat ears to me wearing lingerie on stream. So get the donos in right now. We are 2,500. We are over halfway to our goal for Vicky to be able to move safely to a new place that will be safe for them. And it's a $4,500 goal. If you are going to donate, do not donate to me. Do not donate any super chats or anything like that. Please go and give there. The links are pinned in both Twitch and YouTube chats.
Do it.
Yeah, and Jessie Gender here. Feel free to
Hi.
give an intro. I'm gonna go refill my water real quick.
I'm just surprised that the cat ears are lower than the lingerie. I mean, come on. But anyways, yeah, hi. For those who don't know me, I'm a weird transgender creator on YouTubes, like most of the folks. And I make video essays on nerdy stuff like Star Trek and video games and all that jazz. Basically, you like Jordan's channel, you'll like mine. And then I am also a filmmaker, and I just made a movie, Identities, which is on Nebula. You should go check it out because it's nerdy and sci-fi and all the fun stuff. So
Oh yeah.
That's the
I actually
short
met
Hell
Jordan
yeah.
at your premiere. Jessie.
Yeah.
I had never met Jordan before. Your movie is so fucking good, by the way, dude.
Oh,
like,
thank you.
Jesus, you brought down the house. Like that shit was really cool.
Thank you very much. I'm excited. I'm hopefully gonna be able to make more of it. That's hopefully the plan at the moment. Like there's been some positive movement in that direction to make it a show. So fingers crossed.
Oh,
So you've
sick.
got that 4-hour director's cut to release, right?
Yeah, I have to. That it has way more boobs. That's really the only
Oh.
change.
Fully R-rated cut.
Yep. I just add like
I
there's
wasn't sure they wanted to move into the porn game, but now they're sure. Let's fucking go.
Release the nipple cut.
I asked Jackie Cox if she would just wear like nipples the entire time. Doesn't make sense for her character, but just the entire time, just wearing false nipples.
Wait, how many nipples though? This is like
Just-
very important.
3, specifically 3.
Oh,
Okay.
so not like
I
a
think-
cat thing. Okay. I thought it was a cat
That's rookie nipple numbers. That's rookie nipple numbers. We can up those nipples.
No, but I mean, like it's sci-fi. You gotta have 3. It's 3 boobs, you know. That's like.
Well, if you put-
Can I just say, welcome to the stage, rookie nipple
Rookie
numbers.
Rookie nipple numbers. Wait, Mia, I told you my my drag king duo name that I came up with yesterday, right?
Yeah, so don't repeat it because I definitely remember it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the Bate brothers,
Why
Oscar
don't
and
you tell
Master.
the chat? Yes.
Yeah.
The Bates brothers, Oscar and Master. Thank you.
All right, sorry.
Anyway, Jessie, your
I'm
movie was really good, and
managing
everybody
stuff.
should watch it. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. I'm excited for your movie. You were sharing some images yesterday in response to like the Deadpool.
I know the Keffels thing is so
like,
frustrating.
Stuff on Twitter, and I was like, damn. Every time I see shots of your film, I'm so pumped for it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited about how the movie looks. Our cinematographer was great. Like Lafferty Road is just like amazing.
They were so sick.
They've made like 5 Bruce Willis movies, and they were like, and I lived with them a few years ago, and they were like, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll come up and stay in a trailer at your mom's house for a month and shoot a movie. So
they were in a
lucked out
house. They didn't stay in the trailer.
They wish.
I mean, that's true
They would've-
filmmaking, though. Just like sleeping on someone's floor somewhere. That's how you know you're actually making a movie.
Yeah.
No, almost all of us had beds. I think the only person that had to sleep on a couch was our behind-the-scenes photographer, who was an absolute fucking angel for doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was for my movie, I had to sleep. We did like an Airbnb, and it was like this tiny hovel of a place that like it had all of the lights were motion sensor lights, like even the ones in the main room. So if you were just sitting down relaxing, light would just turn off on you. It was like great. It was like great.
I used to have that in a bathroom in my bedroom.
Public restrooms do that sometimes.
The lights would all turn off, and you'd have to just like get out and like jump around for a minute to turn the lights back on in the middle of the night.
Yeah, like a gas station public restroom with a motion sensor light. You're sitting there like taking a long time, and then you're like, "Oh God, the lights are gone."
This is now a horror movie.
Yeah.
That is the opening to a horror movie for sure.
It really is.
Like,
well, the scariest thing about it was like it'd be like 3 a.m. and then the light would turn itself on.
Burn it down, ghosts, spiders.
Yeah, that is a scene in Paranormal Activity. Like
Is
that. It feels like it. I don't know. Like that's the scene that happens right before the
It would
dog.
fit in Paranormal Activity for sure.
I'm just
right before
imagining
the dog gets got.
I'm just imagining that would be a fun horror bit if you just have someone who's like using the bathroom like a stall and it just waving their like every time the light goes out they have to like wave their hand to like make it work, but then suddenly it goes on without them moving. That would be fun.
Oh, and then it goes off again though. No, you gotta have like a. I'm seeing clown apparition.
Ha! Oh God.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Clown apparition.
Clown. That's baby girl. That's less than nothing.
Do y'all ever see? Do any of you see the movie Glorious? By the way.
No, I don't know that one.
Oh my. Okay, sorry. I love this movie. It's a horror movie where this guy gets off at like a side of the room, side of the road, highway bathroom, where it's just like one of those buildings in the middle of nowhere. You just pull off and use the bathroom. and inside there is two stalls, one with a glory hole, and J.K. Simmons' voice starts speaking to him from the other stall,
Yes.
and says,
Wait,
"I need you."
Eminem.
Yeah. What? Oh yeah. The Eminem. Yep. And he basically says, "I am an eldritch horror god, and you need to suck something through this glory hole to save the universe." And that's the entire movie. It takes place in that bathroom, and it's fantastic.
I mean, if J.K. Simmons is the one asking.
Yeah, I mean, I would do it without even, like, you don't even need me to save the universe. I'll just suck it. It's fine.
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting evening.
Yeah.
Like,
Great story for the grandkids. I just need people to think I'm funny. That's all.
Trying to figure out the best way to put donation links in chat on the main screen. But it is okay. That'll have to work anyway. Yes, for anybody who doesn't know and who is just coming in now, again, I'm just reminding people. We are raising money for GoFundMes that are pictured that are linked in the
Daddy
chat.
Tenzin could ask me to do anything.
Very much for the
True.
$25 tip, but that do not nobody donate money to me. I do not want to have. I will be putting $25 towards the GoFundMes. I do not want any money.
It's kind of funny.
Like,
I'm running my own GoFundMe, and I'm on this stream supporting other people's GoFundMes.
Go to the GoFundMes that need it. These are important issues. These are trans and POC folks who need help with housing and medical bills, whose GoFundMes have not had a lot of traction. And so far, we are $2,500 to a $4,500 goal for our very first one. So I know we can at least get that one done. Yeah. So thank you very much.
69 likes again.
But yeah, anybody else just coming in, follow the instructions. Links are pinned in all the chats. But yeah, thank you. Sorry, I've been doing a little maintenance on my end.
Yeah.
All good.
Also, Jordan, I will raise your wearing lingerie on stream. If we get another $500 before I leave the chat, I will also wear lingerie on stream. Like, my video's not on, but I will do it.
I already am. Get on the level.
Oh, Bugs.
I'm not wearing anything.
I might be a dog.
You're already at that point. Are you kidding me? Straight home
Bugs,
from work.
You are just lounging around. Are you still sick, or are you over it now?
I'm over it enough. I've been back to work for the last couple of days, and I've got like a little bit of a cough, but we're like infinitely better than we were last week.
Good.
Everyone, wear a mask. Wear a mask everywhere.
True.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I do love the idea of you going back to work with no mask on and all of your like coworkers in hazmat suits around you, just like, oh, he's back.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. I've been masking at work. Thankfully, I only have like 2 coworkers who are regularly in the office. So,
has anybody seen this? The Twitter whitelist thing going around? I know somebody in my chat brought it up a little bit earlier, but I was wondering if anybody else, because I've been trying and failing to stay off of Twitter for mental health reasons.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I saw it, and apparently some people are calling into question whether it's valid or not, so we're kind of waiting on like more people to look at it.
Apparently the person who like leaked it, their account has been like banned, permanently suspended.
Oh, well, that's strong evidence.
Yeah, which leads me to believe it's probably pretty accurate.
So wait, what is this?
what? Yeah, this is the first.
So allegedly, like several big accounts on Twitter have been whitelisted to use slurs, like including the N-word, and like their accounts are just immune from consequences for it.
Which would make sense when you think of like the way, and I don't even know if Melanie Mac would be part of that, but like the way accounts like Melanie Mac continue to just use slurs with literally no repercussions.
Yeah, and like Andrew Tate was on the list.
That's
great.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Yeah.
I like. Yeah, I'm not the most.
I made the mistake of using the word cis in a tweet earlier today, and they warned me. They were like, most Twitter users don't talk like this. And I was like, oh,
And I'm like,
okay.
I mean, you know what? That is true. Most Twitter users don't talk like that.
Funny?
Oh God, man.
If you just swap out the I in cis for a Y, not only does it skip the screening, but it also still works for people who use screen readers.
Oh,
Oh.
that's actually really clutch.
Accessibility hack. Holy shit.
Hell yeah.
Let's fucking go. That's cool as hell.
No, that the cis one always gets me because like I don't like you don't even think about it as a word that is like, oh gosh, should I like there are some times where I have to, unfortunately, I've been getting pretty spicy lately where I'm like, I need to rein it in and I need to be like,
Yes.
should I risk suspension over this?
You can't always ask what would happen if I chased you around with a shovel right now. Sometimes it's not worth it.
No, my little brother literally got a 12-hour ban for saying that he wants to kick Musk in the nuts.
I have to,
Free
yeah, I have to
speech.
really.
Honestly, I'm just kind of hoping to get banned from Twitter, so I never have to like be on there again. I can just be free.
I do know people
Yeah.
who've done that. They just got themselves banned on purpose so they wouldn't come back.
Honestly, I should do
Yeah,
that. It'd probably be way
Harrison
better for
had
mental
one of
health.
the most legendary leavings of all time and never came back.
I've like, and I talked about this on my last stream, but reportedly, according to some, not the official dead domain account, but the person who runs the dead domain account had a personal account before the official dead domain account that apparently might have been banned, which is different from the business account of dead domain that is on Twitter right now. And the person who ran that account may or may not have been banned for telling somebody to drink gasoline and eat a lit match. But who's to say if it helps people stay away from Twitter or not? It didn't.
Wait, do you think that I mean, that does sound pretty fun.
Telling someone to
was
drink
just,
gasoline or doing it?
No,
doing
telling
it.
someone to
Yeah,
drink
you want to do
gasoline.
that with me?
I would do that.
Bugs, I'll do it if you do it.
All right, bet. Let's go.
I mean, is it like unleaded, or are we like getting the
Two.
premium stuff?
Yeah, what flavor? What flavor?
Yeah, I'm
What
like,
flavor
I'm
of
gonna
gasoline?
drink unleaded.
Like, I mean,
What am I, poor?
I'm not drinking
Like
that
it's like
87 stuff. I'm doing the 91, whatever that is.
Like
I
it's
don't
a
know.
vape. Like you're gonna
out of a
get
wine glass.
blueberry watermelon
Yeah.
crush.
maple flavored.
Oh,
Ugh.
shit.
This is now a
Gasoline.
shit posting
I cut
chat.
it with
We
Fanta.
could make billions off this idea.
Wait, I think we're all in the wrong sectors. Like, what if we went into it? I think this is.
This is the
rough.
idea.
You want to get into the oil game, Bugs? I don't know if that's
Yeah,
really
I'm
your
ready to
vibe,
become an
dude.
oil baron. I'm gonna become an oil baron and not understand what that means.
I just need one. God, my brain has been so Twitter poisoned that I'm just picturing like quote tweeting you and then doing one of those shitty memes where it's just the speech bubble, but it's Charlie in that one episode of Always Sunny where he pretends to be an oil.
I just can't stop thinking about like somebody who's like an oil baron who like is so into it that they have like one of those like beer drinking hats with gasoline in it. And
Yes.
I think that
Yes.
you could do that. I think that
I think I
fully
could.
commit.
This is. I. You know what?
I like Blue
I
Sky
can
as
hear
a
the
Twitter
wires
alternative.
turning in your head,
That's a
basically.
word.
Like, just what if?
I mean, just basically just do like oh god, why am I blanking on the movie? Big Oil Baron movie. God damn it. What am
The
Big.
Spoils of Babylon?
Blood.
There will be blood.
There'll be blood.
There
There
we
we
go.
go. Just do that, but it's
Damn
about
it, I should have
drinking
come up
it.
with a funny one.
No
Why did I
appreciation
say
for the
real
Spoils of
one?
Babylon.
What's a funny oil baron movie?
I know. I'm trying
Killers
to
of the
think.
Flower Moon. I don't know. What do you
Jesus
mean?
Christ.
I'm not. I've never taken an improv class. What the fuck?
It's very clear. Don't worry.
There's like it's the one oil baron movie. Yeah.
I mean, The Spoils of Babylon isn't a movie, but it is a film thing, and it has oil barons in it, and it's very underappreciated.
Oh, hot.
To blow up a pipeline.
That is
oil.
that's
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
that is a good one. That's a great movie.
That's actually
It
yeah.
is. I saw it with a partner for their birthday for the first time like 2 weeks ago, and it's very like real good.
Yeah, that's like a
Hell
great,
yeah.
wow, that's the awesome birthday movie.
Yeah, it was like it's a great kind of movie because it is so involving and enthralling that like nobody fucking talks during it. Like everybody is just so absorbed in what's happening.
That's
Okay.
clutch.
I haven't seen that one yet, but like the trailers made me wonder, like, why would a movie studio like finance and produce this? Is this gonna be like really, really lame?
No,
Or was it actually
like,
it's pretty cool?
It's pretty like as cringe it is to you, like it's pretty based. Like it's like
Okay,
you
cool.
watching it, you're just like,
Hell yeah.
oh no, damn, this movie is like okay, they're just like cool. Like it, you think it'll swerve one way, but then it swerves another in a way that's I was pretty into.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was probably because it was made without studio involvement first, and then someone just picked it up to distribute.
Yeah.
Yeah, like weren't they? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I thought that like Searchlight picked it up or something, and I was like, Disney's not gonna. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm surprised that someone picked it up for distribution, but it wasn't made in the studio system. At least I don't. At least I
That's
don't think
okay.
so.
I believe that's the case. Yeah.
Did y'all
At
see-
the end of it? Oh, sorry, Lux.
Oh, I was gonna just say that there's a new Elliot Page movie coming out next month.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Very excited
What
to
is it?
see. It's just it's called Close to You, and it's like it's Elliot as a trans man, the main character who's coming home for like his dad's birthday, and it's basically like slice of life, like about the whole like being trans and going back to your hometown, and like some people don't react well to it, other people are supportive, other people are like trying but not doing well, and it's just cool to see a trans mask story hitting like the cinemas for the first time
Yeah.
since fucking Boys Don't Cry.
There was a good
Oh,
movie
shit.
last year that it didn't get. I don't know if it got theatrical release, but it was on Netflix. That was really good, called Mutt. That was a trans man movie about a trans man in New York City and kind of dealing with family.
I
shit
had
as
heard
well.
good things about Mutt too.
Yeah, it was really good.
But on the subject of how to blow up a pipeline, to give it like some context, I think it would make a perfect double feature with First Reformed.
Ooh,
Oh.
yeah, I can definitely.
In
That would
terms of
rock.
like radically black pilling environmental terrorist movies.
Didn't Jacob Geller do a video that like kind of compared the two of those, or at least was
I don't know.
part of them?
I don't watch a lot of Jacob stuff. I should,
Okay.
but I don't.
His stuff is great. I adore his work.
His
I know. I've
gasoline, the new
always
Tide
liked his
Pods.
videos, but I think I get like jealous that he can cover
Yeah.
kind of anything he wants.
Yeah, no,
And I can't.
I know that exact feeling.
It's so frustrating when you have your niche and you're like, I would love to talk about anything fucking else, and then your subscriber base is like, I don't care, and then YouTube is like, well, if your subscribers don't care, we're not going to try to find the audience for you. Like, okay, never mind, I'll just die then.
I
Yeah.
just released a video that was a review of and it was something I threw together like in 2 or 3 days. It was just meant to be a kind of tied over video, and it was a review of this new Christian I guess heist thriller you could call it, where the whole conceit is that it's a dark future United States where the Bible is outlawed, and they have to basically Ocean's 11 Bibles out to these underground churches.
Oh my
it's
god.
like
Okay.
it's
Your description was hilarious of it, by the way.
it's
How
amazingly
dope was it,
terrible.
though? Like, how badass was it? Did they
Not
like?
at all. Like
Did they have
so-
the charisma of Dog and Brad Pitt and Matt Damon and all those guys? They got like.
they
the best
think
Christian
they
guys.
do. They think they do. The lead. So to give you a hint,
Oh hell yeah.
the main character, lead actor, is also producer and director, and the
Oh, they pulled him in
second-
again.
yeah, his second the second main character is writer producer as well. So like
Of course, yeah.
it's a very tight knit. It has kind of a, I don't want to say a banger soundtrack, but the soundtrack seems like it comes from like an actual, like it was an original soundtrack, shockingly, but it has like a Michael Bay-ass orchestral score that is
Hell yeah.
bizarre to listen to. Because it's also incessant. Like they'll just be talking about God and Jesus and the power of life, and
You do, you know, I mean, come on.
to like this thunderous, like fucking Metal Gear Solid ass score, and it's just like, what are we fucking doing here?
That
But anyway.
sounds. Yeah.
It sounds like a movie
like-
Gina Carano would be in.
It's
Oh, yeah.
God. They would
Yeah.
have been lucky to get Gina for this, honestly.
I know
But
she's
so
trying to get
I
back in with
did-
the studios.
I think she's trying to get back in with whoever will take her at this point. So I reviewed it, and it was just supposed to be because I reviewed another faith movie. I very rarely do them, but I did one 2 weeks ago for Sound of Hope, which was meant to be like the pseudo follow up to Sound of Freedom. And so just like to kind of follow up on it, I did a review. And then I did this one, just throwing it out there, and it is now in my top 10 most viewed in
Yep.
like 3 days. It has,
Oh.
I do not know, I cannot tell you why it has skyrocketed and continues to do so. But I am just like bummed out. Not bummed out. Do what?
Wait, did you put Cloud on the movie?
No.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I've missed something. Never mind. Ignore me.
Okay.
I know what you're feeling though. Like I have the exact same thing, because it's like I do videos that I'm really passionate about, that I really enjoy, and I'm lucky enough that they do well enough for my channel that I feel okay with them, but
Yeah.
they don't do anywhere near what the ones that just sink my mental health and just are just depressing to make all the time are. Like I just like I know your exact feeling. It sucks, because especially as like trans people, sometimes you feel like you're pigeonholed into just doing that. So
Well, and it brings in a lot like the first church infiltration video, which was like the first video to like blow up my channel. It brings in this contingent of like old internet angry atheist types.
Oh.
Like this group of people who were just like, oh yeah, this is why I hate all Christians, and this is why atheism rocks. And it's like,
yeah,
that's not the vibe here. Like,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh,
I-
jeez.
no, I
Uh,
know that it because it's like there's the certain audience of just like people who just want to hate on stuff, and like that's
Yeah.
fair. It's like it does good in the algorithm turn, because the algorithm turn loves to base it off of anger, but yeah, it's especially hard when you want to write.
I've started posting on TikTok, actually.
I understand your jealousy, because I look out at
Just like
especially
reposting YouTube shorts over there, so we'll see what does well.
Just write about video games, and the algorithm does gangbusters for them. Whereas like I know people who do like fantastic works, but like are always getting pigeonholed and having to make like stuff about their marginalized status all the time, which is not fun.
That's the
Yeah,
boat that I'm
and
stuck in. I talk about trans news. I'm like, J.K. Rowling, those are the videos that do the best. And like then I'll branch out and start to
Oh.
talk about more like general electoral politics. Or I even just did a video about how the RNC like is, you know, Grindr's Super Bowl, according to an executive at Grindr. And that video did shit. And I would love to actually
Really?
like I don't, my audience doesn't care about that stuff. My audience is subscribed only for trans stuff. And like I'm a really small channel anyway. But like what I would really love to do is be able to pivot into like, you know, movie reviews or like more media analysis stuff. And I just feel like super disheartened that is gonna take a long time to build the audience for that stuff. Like if I want to make a series about, or even just one good video essay about like The Last of Us, my audience is not gonna give a shit. So if I post videos about those kind of things, I have to do like a clickbait title that seems like it doesn't have anything to do with The Last of Us, and then after like 4 hours, change the title and hope that that's enough to get it boosted out from my subscribers. But yeah, I like Jessie was just saying, I am stuck talking about the stuff that gives me psychic damage because this is my job. Like this is how I make my money, and I have to keep talking about those things.
Yeah, it's just because people don't like when they want information about trans people, unless they're getting it from right-wing assholes. They want to go to trans people for that information, but they don't really care to see information about anything else from trans people, and so we'll just not give that attention. Like the people who are able to break out of that, not always, but generally, are people who are known before they came out. Like love her and adore her. She's fantastic, Abigail Thorne, but she was known for doing philosophy stuff before she came out, so she still has an audience based on that, and even lost some afterwards. I know, from coming out. So like, yeah, it's just like people who got known for being trans first. It's hard to break out of it. It's doable, but it's hard, and it can be very disheartening at times.
Boo.
Well, and it's that thing because I had somebody in the chat, Spirit to Corpse. Thank you very much. For record, I'm a big fan of your 7th gen shooter series. Which, for anybody who doesn't know,
I love how many
among all
conservatives don't
my,
care to watch conservative themed movies.
in-depth political
True.
documentaries and stream highlight videos and everything else. I have one of the first video series I started on the channel back when it was all video games all the time was a series looking at and ranking every Xbox 360 era shooter. And
Shit.
yeah, and I'm like 50 games deep onto the list after 3 years. And the large reason why that's just slowed down is because even though I've put out several of them, and I think I put out one February or March, and I know it's this weird thing because they do terrible for views. However, every time I put one out, the entire playlist gets like a bump. Like people will go back and watch all of them and binge the content, but it's still like, you know, I'll put out the kind of stuff that I throw out and I'm like, okay, this will do okay, will be 30 to 50K views. And these will get, you know, I'll be lucky if they get 5, if that. And so, but it's still one of those things that I enjoy doing it. So I still want to do it every now and again. But at the same time, I also is like what you were saying and what you were saying, Lux, about like, this is my job, is that I still have to put out enough money makers in a month that I can still do this work for the fun thing that I want to put out, even if it's not going to be like, I know it's not going to be technically worth the effort. I'm just doing it for like love of the game, so to speak.
Yeah, I know it's depressing, but all we can do is just, you know, try to boost each other and support each other in it, and still make that stuff, because I think it's important to make that stuff and make sure like we're not just making the shitty trans like ways trans people are oppressed videos, you know.
I mean, yeah.
Sorry, Lex, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say it's cool as hell that like there are several people in here who've worked on like their own projects, like their own movies. Like I love to see trans people succeeding at independent like projects, and so like I would love to pivot to movie reviews. So guess what? The shoe-in for me is I'm going to start reviewing trans movies. And so that's why I'm looking forward to like Mia's movie coming out. I need to get Nebula so that I can see Jessie's movie. Like, you know, that's the pivot point.
Yeah. Like I've been, and I think I'm in a weird niche because outside of a few pieces, I'm in a weird niche because outside of a few pieces, a lot of my content hasn't been like contingent upon my identity as a trans person. It is still, it's just like more vaguely left leaning. But it's still, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, please. Sorry.
It still isn't like that. That doesn't mean that there's still that crossover when it comes to media analysis. Like I try to kind of imbue politics into like a video like the Spider-Man one I did, which is one of my favorite essays I've ever done. If anybody watching hasn't checked it out, go check out the Into the Wokeverse, which is like one of the videos. I went fucking all out for that, and it's still sitting around like 40K views or something. And so like that doesn't necessarily, for me at least, it doesn't translate. I don't know what I'm yapping about anymore.
No. That makes total sense. Like, yeah, it's just, I mean, it's something that I think Mia Mulder said a while ago in like a video essay that I thought was pretty astute, which is, you know, trans, especially like white trans women are sort of like seen as like a palatable face of resistance. You know what I mean? And like that sort of again the pigeonhole there. You know, it's like, oh, we're very like overtly against the system, and that's why you see like a very over predominant amount of like white trans women in the YouTube space. Like that's like we're white, so it's like, oh, you know, there's that aspect of it, and you know, but trans femme, so we're marginalized, so it's like in the cool way, quote unquote. I'm not saying that's how it actually is, but it's like that's
Right.
the sort of like the thinking
No, but
that's
that's
subconscious to everybody. Yeah.
Really quick, I do want to thank whoever is giving all those donations. We are at $2,700 out of $4,500. We have less than $2,000 to
Oh, hell
go
yeah.
for our first GoFundMe. And once that is funded, I do put on the cat ears. And that'll be I'm assuming that'll be a little bit later. What time is it? It's about 4 my time. So that'll be a little bit later. And then I'm assuming late night when I'm nice and sleepy will be when the second one gets funded, and that will be Elden Ring. But the sooner those get funded, the sooner we get to help all the people who actually need it, and the sooner we get to get those additional tiers activated.
Plenty of eyes on witchcraft and paganism.
Do not hesitate. The links
would tie into
are
hunting
in
and
the
survival
stream chat
/land
on
relation
Twitch and
rituals.
YouTube. They are
Yeah,
pinned to the chats above.
maybe I should put that stuff on the second channel.
Aranano says, hello, Jessie. And Genodian says, the Spider-Man one is actually what brought me here. Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you were one of the few people who saw it.
Hey, Jordan.
Yo.
Can we see the cat ears as like a little tease for what's to come? Because I'm just so curious if they have like some flair to them, or if they're just like Amazon basics. Like, I don't want you to.
They're just
you know.
they're just Amazon basics, unfortunately.
You know what? That's still very nice.
That's
very
still pretty cool.
They're
very
they are like nice and fluffy, I will say. I will talk amongst yourselves because I actually have to go get them. I don't remember where they are. Oh wait, no. Oh, I put both of them out here. That was so smart of me when I was going through cosplay stuff. I thought I put them away with the rest of my outfits that am not wearing currently, but instead I put them right behind me because I know I'll wear them on stream. So I have a gray pair.
Ooh.
And
cute.
I have a black pair. I think I'll probably wear the gray pair.
Whoa.
And there's no like matching paws to go with them or a tail or anything like that.
No, if Braddy Sucky Boy is still in the chat, he can bring some when he comes to visit me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, I mean, I think the people deserve a tail, but that's on me, you know.
How do I get this to pop out like it was
I don't
before?
know. Anybody in the chat? What do you guys think? And now we wait.
Yeah.
Also aside, Jordan, if you ever do want to do, I've been meaning to get back into doing more streaming because I stopped because I was so freaking busy with identities. But now I have some more free time, so we should play some more video games on stream if you're ever down.
Oh yeah, I'd definitely be down.
The pop out button is gone.
I stopped playing. I was playing games with Rosa for a little bit, and I stopped because everybody just came in to the chat all at once, and I wanted to pay attention to the chat. But yeah, I think most of this stream will probably end up being games. Just to kind of fill time, but I'm always down. I want to here. So okay, and I think I've talked about this. My viewers in my chat know about it. But I'm doing. If anybody's seen my kind of deep dive into Matt Walsh videos, I am doing a similar video for the Nazi incel YouTuber Synthetic Man, and which has involved me watching. I think I am up to about 200 hours watched of his content.
Hello, Zion's
I have no idea how you can do that.
It's
In
it's
an
a lot. I have to
window.
Nope. On main. That's how I
had this
get
popped
recommended.
out, and now there's no option for
his
it.
most popular videos because they'll just filter the people who watch them. Will just say, oh, you might like this. But yeah, I've watched so much of his content, but the one weird knock-on effect is that after watching so many of his streams, I'm just like, man, I want to get back to streaming.
Okay.
Just like video,
Fix
just like playing games and streaming. So yeah, I would love to do that unlike him, in a very non-hateful, non-angry manner.
Hell yeah.
Banana Brains in the chat says, Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry. I thought I know what Banana was saying. I'm trying to go through the chat real quick.
One of my chatters says, "Warning: Matt Walsh is far too shallow to do a deep dive. Proceed with caution. Don't want to hit your head."
You'd be surprised.
Oh,
You'd be
believe me,
surprised.
Yeah.
There's like
I've seen him in person.
Oh God.
It was my no, of
I'm
course not.
sorry.
My old roommate took me out to a really nice dinner, and he was just like there with his wife. This is a really boring story. They didn't look like they liked each other very much. That's all there is to it.
that. I mean, that
Yeah,
tracks. That
yeah.
definitely sounds correct.
I mean,
I wish there was more to it. I wish that we had any interaction to speak of, but
You didn't
I'm
pull
glad
down his
we didn't.
pants and give him a wedgie?
No, I did do that. Oh, I did do that. That was just so unmemorable.
I mean, I'm
Thanks
still
for
happy that
remembering the
I'm gonna
story,
do it
Bob.
for his new. I'm gonna do it for his new film for I Am a Racist as well. But like I'm the one negative review for I Am a Woman on his on Rotten Tomatoes, which I'm very proud of.
So, have you watched the trailer for that yet?
No, but Jesus Christ, I'm just mentally preparing myself for that one.
I know, same. Here's the thing, two things. One, it's rated PG-13 for strong language and thematic material. Now, everybody knows you get one F word in a PG-13 movie. But I think that just means language. I think Matt Walsh says the N word at some point.
Oh my
I think
God.
No.
This
What
is
if that's
just pure
What if that's the
speculation.
opening?
I wouldn't be surprised. Because I think he's gonna play his dumb, like his low. Oh, so I can't do this act. Like I playing completely stupid. I think that is number one. However, since this is now the first actual Daily Wire film that will be opening in theaters first, my hope is that means that actual film critics will be seeing it more than What Is a Woman and Lady Ballers, which means that their user scores will no longer they're just like review scores will no longer be inflated by just conservative outlets and sycophants, which is a big problem with their stuff because they legitimately have a lack of craft and care put into the stuff that they're making.
It's very
they're just not good at it. Like,
Are you saying that Lady Ballers has skewed review scores? You don't think that the movie deserved its like 98% on Rotten Tomatoes?
So here's the thing: when I
I loved it,
my,
but I guess I'm against the norm.
When I reviewed it as soon as it came out, and then I gave my login to another YouTuber who wanted to watch it and also do like a review reacts. And halfway through, I was like, "So what do you think?" And they're like, "It's like so bad, but also there's just nothing to say. Like it's just so boring. Like there's just
like
there's nothing to it.
Like it's not even like it's a Rob Schneider comedy that's just like trying to
no,
fix you.
There's just nothing going on under the hood.
Yeah, it's like it's like watching a group of like middle schoolers or early high schoolers from the early 2000s reenacting and reciting their favorite lines from like Will Ferrell comedies. But they're 50-year-old men, and they think they wrote the lines themselves. It's like deeply sad to watch at points.
That is embarrassing.
No, there are so many moments in Lady Ballers that are like wish fulfillment for Jeremy Boring. I
didn't even watch it. I reviewed the trailer.
Way. And it goes beyond just like the traditional.
At the end, or does she stay with the other guy? Nobody remembers.
I know, like I'm trying to fucking.
I do not remember.
I reviewed the trailer. I didn't even watch it.
No, I watched that movie and then I went through it like multiple times. I think the wife comes back because at the end.
Well, because doesn't it end with like some weird setup for like a cinematic universe?
The Matt Walsh and Candace Owens stinger set up.
Yeah, there's like a Nick, not Nick Cage. He's
Nick Fury.
Yeah.
Oh man. God, what a fucking
I might hop off this call soon so that we can do our segments.
Yeah, it's just.
Although it's been nice to be on
Joel
here.
did a really great takedown of Mr. Burcham, and like even down to recently, his video even showing off like how poorly done the animation is, and it's just everything the Daily Wire has done. They really only know how to get attention by trying to court controversy, like from their first video being the run hide fight, like Die Hard in a school movie, which wasn't actually even theirs, they just bought it, to like hiring Gina Carano like as and not using her in anything else except Terror on the Prairie, and then like trying to do the What Is a Woman thing. Like they just have nothing but trying to like trigger the libs, and it's when they actually get a chance, quote unquote, you know, their closest chance for like going for the throat, it was something like Lady Ballers, and it's just a like it's the most tepid.
It just seems tepid, yeah. Like
it's like this is the best you have made a movie that allows you to just unload your ideology with both barrels at the targets you specify, and this is the best you can do. Like it's like damn,
what my favorite part of that whole movie is just like they have some understanding.
It would be good for the channel to stay. Do you mean stay in this conversation?
They do have a character who like starts to identify as trans, and their only way out of that like character arc is just for Jeremy Boring to kick the character in the balls.
I mean, I'm having a good time, but I'm not getting any donations.
Dude. Like, that's the complete like emotional undercutting of that.
I got a couple donations to GoFundMe.
It's like that's the only,
and then the
only like
gifted to your sub, of course. Thank you.
You kind of had in there, and it's just all leading to a kick in the balls joke. You're not really a woman thing. Like it's kind of frankly hysterical.
It's meant to be, you know, the undercutting of like that every conservative dad or people like Matt Walsh would say of like, oh, they just need some tough love, they'll grow out of it, they're like, they just need somebody to like tell them what's what. And it's like, but the way that even the film sets it up is more complicated than that. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Like that was the thing that got me. Like in the film like structure itself, that's not how you end that story. Like it's you've identified.
I don't mind staying on this call,
and then you just go nah, and it's just like hysterical and like how it's like just on the precipice of self-awareness without actually getting there. It's what they always have to do of that whole thing of just like nah, like I understand, but nah, fuck it, I have to uphold my weird bigotry nonsense.
Jeez.
Whoa. Okay, hang on. There's somebody in my YouTube chat. The name is meaning of woke equals homo-fascism. And they say, geez, you people are weird.
I mean, not
yeah.
I'm not the one named meaning of woke is homo-fascism. I don't know. Like
that's such a it's so weird that that's just like your whole identity.
That's such a good
I feel like we're also being like excessively normal right now. Like we're all really capable of being a lot weirder than we are right now.
Yeah, I feel like all of us are pretty weird people too.
Talking about
like
movies.
Like
not in this case. That is anyway.
We're all so well behaved right now.
Yeah, no, everybody's been very you know, at the beginning we were talking about getting banned from Twitter, but
I mean, I'm right now. I'm just I'm editing. Like I'm working on a video while we're chatting. I'm just like resizing images and stuff to make them fit the screen or whatever. And I'm like looking at Flesh Gun from David Cronenberg movie. So like,
let's go.
Oh yeah.
Like that's how weird we can go if you want to. Talking about what's his face's Bionic Orifice.
I get bummed that James Woods.
Yeah.
Like I love Videodrome so much, And then every time I watch it, I'm like, God, it sucks. He sucks so much. But whatever.
I think I describe him in this video as the man who eventually digivolved into a man yelling at clouds meme.
Yeah.
That's really good.
How do you spell Bugs Matrix's YouTube handle? Do you have a YouTube?
I don't
handle?
I don't have a YouTube. I have I'm just a Twitch person, and I mean, like, I have a different place that I host videos that are artsy, but it's my legal name, and I don't want to plug that here right now.
Fair.
Yeah, I am not yet a YouTuber. I might, once I get back into streaming more, I might become one more for just putting, like, you know, VODs and shit, but, or God forbid, maybe cutting them down into something. But
well, and you've been kind of getting back into streaming too. We were talking about that earlier with Jessie.
Yeah.
Tell everybody about your streaming accolades and your Magic the Gathering prowess.
Oh yeah, no, I'm somewhat of a person in the children's card game Magic the Gathering sphere.
Children's
I am a big fan of the expensive cardboard wizard squares. I'm pretty good at it.
Description.
That's a very good description.
If anyone's in the Midwest, come catch me at CubeCon in October. I'll hopefully be cosplaying as Oko and handing out elk tokens. I hope this means nothing to any of you.
Oh wait, no, I have some.
Too much.
Yeah, I have some Magic fans. We've had some Magic streams. I actually just had like a reorganizing my entire collection stream because I got a giant deck box finally.
Hell yeah! No,
I'm from my college days, and I've recently got back into it because of Lord of the Rings ones.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, Lord of the Rings was fun. The new there's a new set coming out this week, and it's all cute little animals, and a lot of them are bunnies. And I'm like, there's a card.
I'm hyped for Bloomborough.
There's a card that lets you make 3 bunnies, and it's called Hop to It, and I'm so obsessed.
I see. So I think because of your posts, I've been getting served a lot more like Magic the Gathering content on Twitter, and I see a lot of people getting like mad at some of the more memey names, like when Thunder Junction came out. People were
the Holy Cow.
People were so mad at Holy Cow.
No, I cannot relate to that. Like it's a silly card game. Like my favorite card is called Goblin Grenade.
I love Goblin Grenade. That will just destroy somebody so quick. I love it.
Reverberating a Goblin Grenade, nothing like it.
The best.
The Sorcerer Stalia says, I miss Bugs shitposts.
Yeah, I still shitpost pretty regularly.
I was gonna say.
I've been meaning to do it more, but I recently started a job in an office, so that's been eating more of my time. But because of that also frees up some of the financial burden stress of why I haven't been streaming as much. So we're gonna try to get back into it. I really, really, really want to do a couple of streams, Magic streams. I recently inherited about 15,000 cards.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was wondering if you had gone through that entire collection yet.
I've gone through it a couple of times. I found some great hits. I found a couple really expensive Eldrazi.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
But I've got just long boxes and long boxes and long boxes, and I need to figure out a way to just I don't know, chat, if anyone has experience sorting a bunch of a mix of draft chaff bulk, but then also kind of organized in a way that you can use them. Because I figure if I have the cards, I'm gonna do shit with it. I've been building. That's what I was gonna do tonight. I'll maybe get around to it. I've been getting really into Pauper as a format, and just building little Pauper decks. And I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling about the Wizard Squares now.
Okay. I'm resisting the urge to make a poppers joke, so.
Oh, I like also. Yeah. I've been getting into popper.
Cat Bear wants to know what's popper format.
So that is where it's like 60 card format, but it's so you can have like 4 of and everything, but it's only using cards that have been printed at common, like common rarity. So
yeah, I play Magic
you
the
can have,
Gathering
like,
sometimes
really
with my partner,
powerful for
not
the
very
format
often.
deck that's like $50. But it's really sick because you can play like cards from like the entire history of the game, and so it's kind of like playing Legacy but on like a turbo budget.
So here's my question, because I know there's like 1,000 different formats, and I never know, because the only real like in-person games I've played have been mostly, or they've been all drafts, because I like to go. I've done like the pre-release drafts. I did it for Thunder Junction and for Modern Horizons, and I'm gonna do it for Bloomberg. Or I might
can't contribute to this conversation very much, though.
Because I really like those decks. And I love like drafts because it's like very evening. Like it
Seems
allows
like as good a time as I need to take out my
into it
earbuds so that I can take off this hoodie because
there are
it's
people
fucking
there
hot.
at every
I
event
have a
who, like,
giant
before
photography
they open
light
the
pointed
pack,
directly at me.
they know
oh no,
all the
I gotta take
cards
off my
in a
glasses,
set,
or this is not gonna
and they
work.
know
Yeah,
exactly what they're looking for.
That's usually me.
Okay.
And but like that, like I would like to make decks that could hang there, but I just don't know like what are the main formats that you can actually play with.
So, I mean, if you want to go to a game store and jam a game of Magic, the easiest way to get in is a format called Commander, which is
it really?
like, yeah, it's everyone like. Well, also, I would not get into any of competitive formats right now because they're experiencing there's some really busted decks that are happening that like that are just not fun to play against. Commander is definitely the easiest way to get in right now. Which I
almost 100 likes for this stream, just chilling with this call.
I was on a Commander stream last night playing, and if you treat it like wrestling, it's a lot of fun. If you treat it like professional wrestling, Commander fucking rules. Where if you have like a deck that has like its own sort of like persona and vibe and what have you, and you're like just all. It's kind of
just wanted to follow and hang out with cool trans people, and now I'm being forced to learn about Magic the Gathering. Yeah.
Then it's a good time. But like, in terms of like general 60 card. Well,
yeah, Igor, we're just
like
chatting with some other trans people.
Buy a pretty solid deck off a shelf for like $50. A competitive modern deck, like a tier 2 modern deck, is going to set you back at least.
If I'm going to stay in this call, I have to change the title of the stream.
So, like, I guess that's my other question, is because if you go into Commander and you're just like, hey, I just want to play a game, how many people, because that's the thing I don't want, is I don't want to go through the effort of like, okay, I actually want to sit down and make a deck and like come up with strats just to go in for somebody to have like the deck that is the meta that will just trounce everything.
There's borderline within Commander. So Commanders kind of build as a very casual way of playing. Like it's beer and pizza Magic. Like you're hanging out, you're casting spells. No one's usually trying to win before like turn 7.
Okay, that's what I need. Yeah.
It's very. I can send you my Mox Field, which is like a place that you can just like upload deck lists. Or like happy to talk like off chat to like get you. I'd love to build you a Commander deck. I spent like most of my shift today at work working on a like prowess trigger Commander deck just because I had nothing going on. But like there isn't really like a meta. It's not. There is a competitive variant of Commander, with the striking name of competitive Commander or competitive EDH.
Right.
But there's not really like a meta defining thing. Like there's definitely decks where it's like, oh, my commander's Sir Conrad. My commander is Elish Norn. My commander, like you'll see certain things. It's like, shit, okay, I'm gonna have to play against that. But also most people, if they build, almost anyone who has a deck like that knows that they have a deck like that. And if they're at just like a game store looking for pickup games, they'll have other decks.
Okay.
And so it like there's kind of this culture around it where it's like, oh, you know, like what do we feel like play? Like there, it's like kind of this rule zero conversation of like, how hard do we want to go? How much like, how much fast mana are we trying to run? How like what does the experience everyone? What's everyone looking for?
Right. Well, and I think
so.
Like the other part of that is that I've tried, and I need to upload some of them to Mox, because I've tried my hand at making like a couple, and I don't know.
I have yarn.
I have, if they are good commander decks, I have commanders selected for them, but I have like a white-black vampire deck and a green-black Gorgon deck that I've tried my hand at making 100-card decks with.
Okay.
Yeah. But I have nobody. I need to actually go and like sit down for a local commander game or something and try and like pick those up. But yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I think everybody else is as much as I do want to keep talking about this, I don't want everybody else to be bored.
I don't want to monopolize getting into Magic 101. But if you do want to get into Magic 101, hit me up on Twitter. I love talking about this shit. I love if anyone in chat's down for that. Like I think it's a very fun game, and I want to get more people to play it because it's funny.
And really quick. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just say, I used to be into it so much back in college, and I spent so much money on it that I'm always terrified of getting back into it. So, like, I bought Lord of the Rings cards, some Doctor Who cards, and I'm like, I need to stop, or it's going to be dangerous.
Before we move on to
Final Fantasy, when the Final Fantasy set comes out, that's gonna be a problem for me.
Look, if they do a Star Trek one ever, you will not hear from me again for.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do a Star Trek based on what I know some of the upcoming sets are gonna be. So just granted, it's not gonna be until like 2027. They are doing Marvel cards next year.
Interesting.
And that's gonna be like a full set, which like
yeah, that's gonna be similar to Lord of the Rings. Like it's not just they have Assassin's Creed cards out now, which I think is so funny. Like who
I have a bunch of those. I got addicted to buying those for a little bit because I was getting some. I have like 3 Edward Kenways, which is like the commander everybody wants right now from that set, and I need to sell them because they're like $25 a piece right now on eBay.
That kicks ass. I think Wizards is a coward for not printing Karl Marx as a commander.
Oh, that would have been so good. I do have Leonardo da Vinci, which is just a very funny card to have. Like, and he's just very funny.
Yeah, he's also kind of busted. But like
a little bit. Like people actually want Leo and then one of the Ezios. I have kind of all the cards I want from that set now, so I'm like done with it. But also I think that it has some neat stuff where you start to see like, yeah, okay, this actually fits pretty well into like the theming and everything of the game. Gorgeous land cards, like maybe some of my favorite lands. Holy shit!
Yeah, I got into Magic because of the art. So like, yeah,
those lands, and then pretty much anything from the Innistrad sets. Like, love. I bought just like for whenever I finalize a deck. Okay, sorry, I have to do my really quick thing because I have new people in the chat. Murray Pose and McNabb, thank you very much for $4.99. But if anybody knows, or if anybody is watching, we are raising funds. That is what the image up in the corner is for. That is how far we are. We have less than $2,000 to go. We have been streaming for about 4.5 hours. We have less than $2,000 to go to raise funds for Vicky, who is in our community, to help her find housing. And then we are moving on. We have 4 other GoFundMes planned, and I am streaming until they are all completed. So if you want to give today, do not donate to me. I'm keeping a mental checklist of all I am giving from today's earnings. But do not donate to me. go to the links that are posted. They are pinned on Twitter and on YouTube. Go to the links there and donate to these GoFundMes so we can help people get the help they need.
Before we totally move on from Magic the Gathering, I just want to say one thing to try to get a feel of the reaction of the room. And that one thing is slivers.
Yes! Absolutely!
Little guys, small friends.
I hate them because my friend had a deck of them and would always kick my ass.
Yeah, my partner has a slivers deck. It's fucking the worst.
I love anything that's a little guy.
I do have a vampire deck from back in like 2012. I think it was like Innistrad or whatever that could get me like a 40/40 vampire that also gave me lifelink. It was the best.
I don't know if I know Bugs has seen it, but I was posting when I was playing on Arena a lot.
That
absolutely made it's 60 cards too, and it is a fuck busted
what's that, Eliasis?
That relies entirely on Bristly Bill and Cammy of something. And what
is that the 1/1 counters, Kami? Or is it?
Yes. It's the one where if you put a counter on it, it doubles it.
Yeah.
And then so it's just basically a plus counter deck. And the thing is with Cammy, because you can tap Cammy and use all of its power as mana, which is a problem because of all the other +1 counters, and Bristly Bill has a ability where you can double all counters on all your creatures.
Everything.
So you do that a couple turns, and you basically have infinite. Bugs. I think I showed Bugs this on Twitter.
You did like 300,000 damage to something.
Oh, I did. I got it well up into the billions at one point. Because the game couldn't even really the numbers were just not even on the screen anymore. And okay, here's the really, really fucked part, is there was actually a game where I was losing, and then I used my buffs and blocked with a creature that had lifelink, even though it was something I blocked with Death Touch, so it did die. But it also took, because it had lifelink, it also gained me 1,000,000 health, and it's just fucked. It's fucked.
I love it's just law and math. That's just the game.
We have passed 3K.
Let's go.
Boo.
Let's fucking go. Sorry, it's reloading. Hell yeah, we have less than $1,500 to go now. Thank you all so much, everybody who's donated. That is $1,500 to go before y'all can see me in cat ears doing little. I will do a little cat dance for you.
Ears. Uwunyas cat ears.
I should have planned better. I should have gotten a Amazon Basics that every femboy's first maid outfit.
Oh yeah.
Cat, dog. No, you're not a cat. You're a dog. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna give my dog a treat. Y'all talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
Hell yeah.
I need to buy more sci-fi looking lingerie because I'm working on another sex and Star Trek video, and so I need more sexy cosplay lingerie for that video at some point.
Oh, that'd be cunty, like a cyberpunk looking thing, or what direction is that? Yo,
like that or Star Trek? Because I've done 2 sex and Star Trek videos, and I did one that was all in lingerie, and it was very fun and had a very sci-fi look to it. But I need to do something new. I can't reuse the same look.
You can't. No, you gotta. If it's a series, and you gotta I just feel you gotta escalate, but you gotta escalate, right? Get something that glows in the dark somehow, or has some other illuminated. I think
that's the option. That's the way to go. I like the glow in the dark shit.
So we were talking. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, please. It's fine.
We were talking earlier about, before everybody was on here, when we had Rosa from the Composting Podcast as our guest, we were talking a little bit earlier about doing cosplay. And I do cosplay photo sets on my OnlyFans, which is nothing nude, nothing explicitly nude, I should say.
They kick ass.
God damn it, Captain Crackpot. Thank you very much for the $100.
God damn it.
But if anybody gives, I put the it's the big notification on the thing. Donation links pinned in chat. Thank you very much, Captain Crackpot. But if anybody wants to give money, please do not give it to me. Give it to the people we are trying to help. The links are in chat. What was I forgot what oh yeah, I do cosplay, and I try and do like two, just to get the most out of the cosplay. I try and do like 2 photo sets, one that will be like the original cosplay like I did with Cloud, and then one that's like a bedroom version. So it was like Cloud, and I tried to get a bodysuit or lingerie or something that still fits that character, and it's such a pain in the butt because like you want to try and find something that kind of like what you're saying, Jesse, that is still like it feels like it belongs within that. Yeah, exactly.
You want to retain the diegesis.
Yes, exactly.
Because like the next video that I'm doing is for Sex and Star Trek is Deep Space Nine one, which is like hard because like all the aliens. I guess you could do a Trill one, but that's just person with spots, so that's kind of easy. But then all the other stuff, like Ferengi, feel a little bit anti-Semitic, so I was like, I don't want to dress up as that, like a sexy Ferengi. That'd be weird.
Yeah.
But I have Voyager. Voyager's the next one I do after that, and that one's easy. You just be a sexy Borg. I feel like sexy zombie cyborg is pretty simple.
That writes itself.
Yeah.
What have you been up to, Lux? Have we talked about what you've been doing?
Oh, I mean, I complained a little bit.
Projects you have going on?
Yeah, I would love to have more long-term projects. I'm kind of just like, I'm trying to figure out what my direction is right now, because like the channel is growing. Like I just hit 35,000, which is awesome.
Nice.
Thank you. But it's like that's built completely on the psychic damage, like what we were talking about earlier. So I'm going to try to pivot on the main channel and try talking about more media stuff. I have already posted a couple of rant videos about like the physics of dragons flying in TV shows. They cannot just fly over water like that without flapping their wings. It's a huge pet peeve. Dumb shit.
You and George R. R. Martin are having some dragon pet peeve shit.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, his pet peeves are more like, oh, well, my dragons don't fly far away from their cave that they live in. And it's like, all right, George, okay, come on. But I do actually have like a second channel that I've started recently because like I think like the climate change stuff is going to start escalating pretty quickly, and like, you know, I live in Kansas, so like I can't legally use public restrooms anymore, and thousands of cows die every summer from the heat waves and the drought. So I'm kind of looking at like survival skill type stuff. So I started a second channel so that I can be like, hey, I'm going rabbit hunting with my bow, and my partner is getting me into fishing, and I have a little garden plot at a community garden plot. So that's kind of like how I keep sane with all the stuff that is completely out of my control, is like, how can I develop skills that will actually materially help me survive? And then I feel like I shouldn't plug it too hard, but like I also am running a GoFundMe to, you know, because it's going to cost thousands of dollars for me to move up to near where you live, actually, Jordan. And then hopefully like have a more permanent place to get some chickens and have a greenhouse and, you know, just kind of like protect myself from potential future problems. And like Oregon has better gun laws than Washington. So I'm like, how can I make sure that when the roaming droves of Patriot Front start running around that, you know, things are going to be kosher?
Yeah, this is such a weird area in the Pacific Northwest because like Spokane as a city, like right where I live right in the middle of downtown Spokane.
I mean, he was complaining about
recognizable as a
House
city.
of the Dragon,
it's not like a college
Game
town
of
or
Thrones.
anything. It's a pretty big town, but I am also an hour from farmland, right? Like explicit, just wide open field farmland. Less than an hour, honestly, if you drive a certain direction. And so there's that, and then also the city's back is right against Idaho, which is right there with Oregon. I think a lot of people don't. Oregon has a like a reputation as like a heavy blue state, mostly because of Portland.
It's got a
but
lot of
once you get away from Portland, it becomes very like there are some scary fucking people out in the hills of Oregon, and kind of goes on up into Idaho and like a little bit in Washington, but it's mostly Oregon and Idaho is the weird part. But you know, the idea of Mia, I know you didn't like the movie, but I watched National Anthem over the weekend, and it kind of is that like queer commune ideal that I think so many people kind of want.
Dislike the movie. I didn't dislike the movie for any of those reasons. Like I liked that they're like reclaiming like queer folksiness and like
like
I liked a lot of the things the movie was trying to do. I didn't like that the movie is obsessed with jerking off. That was my only.
Oh, that movie.
I have not seen this one. I've heard of it.
It's the movie. The movie had a lot of potential, I think, if the guy didn't write it about himself, and if the guy who wrote it wasn't one of the boringest people I've ever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that movie that a friend of mine worked on? Anthem. I'm not going to be offended.
What did you think of it, Jordan? Because I'm curious. Because I saw it with a friend who also hated it. And
I don't normally keep my earbuds in this long. It is hurting my ears.
Past the things that frustrated me about it.
I see where the frustrations lie, and I think you're definitely right. Is that I don't think autobiography is ever really that great of an idea. Like there's a line between putting yourself in a story and then making yourself the story. And I think like everybody puts, any creator, any artist who's trying to speak to a wider experience, they're going to use their own point of reference. Like
headphones always hurt my head. Like, they're never big enough to go around my ears.
But I think you are definitely right where it is.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
I would say that like the line there of definitely making it in a way that does feel about himself, I think that was the thing I didn't like.
Well,
but there are things.
I think the thing is that like autobiographical storytelling hits so much different depending on if you are one of the most boring people that have ever lived. And so like watching this movie, I was like, I loved Eve Lindley, her performance. She was really trying to bring something to this character that's written by this guy who's just like so fucking like.
This group can just go back to movies very easily.
And
it's a manic really pixie dream girl.
Yeah, and it's really pathetic because it just felt so much. I mean, Drew Gregory said in her review, and it stuck with me for so long, that's like all these movies about guys who just want to fuck a trans woman. And it's like, if you made the movie about that trans woman, the most interesting thing about her isn't some guy that she's fucking. Right?
So
like,
here's the one thing, because I think I just read the movie slightly different, because I totally understand that. And I think that is a super like valid criticism of it, because it is like I said, it's a manic pixie dream girl if the dream girl is trans, right? But the way I interpret it, because there's so many little conversations about finding him, trying to find the place he belongs, him trying to find a place where he could be openly queer, him like discovering this aspect of queer identity, of playing with things like makeup and femininity. That my interpretation of everything was that it wasn't so much him like just exclusively lusting after this trans girl, but it was a case of do I want her or do I want to be her? Like,
yes. I was watching the film. I was watching the film and I had that sort of interpretation too. And while I was watching the film, I was like, if this is a story about somebody like kind of discovering the ways that they like to play around with their gender identity, and it ends with something interesting happening with that, or it ends in sort of an unsure place. That's kind of interesting. And then the movie ends, and the writer-director comes out to do a Q&A, and he's just like this butch boy in a cowboy hat, and he's like, oh, yes. He's like,
so, okay, well, then that, like, I understand why that interpretation was soured.
It was so frustrating. Because, I don't know, I wrote a script like 4 years ago. It was the first film that I ever wrote, and it was about that sort of like loser, pathetic guy meets a trans woman, manic pixie dream girl kind of thing. And I feel like I did something really interesting with it, and obviously like movies take a long time to make, and I haven't gotten to make it yet. And in that time, we've had so many like loser, pathetic guy meets a manic pixie dream girl movies that have no take and no interesting interpretation, that I'm like just fucking flames coming out the side of my head. That we're still having to see what trans men think, like what essentially straight men think about us.
I mean, that's just though.
Because
please go.
Like,
no, that's okay. Go ahead, Jessie.
No. You were out of terror. I was just a minute. No, you go.
Well, yeah, because in the context of the movie, just watching the film, just National Anthem is the movie that we're talking about for anybody who hasn't seen it. It's so bizarre to me that the first scene between these two characters, where they don't seem to have that much chemistry, immediately he just goes off into the middle of the forest or into the desert, lays on a rock, and starts masturbating to the thought of her. And I'm like, without that scene, this film could have been just boring, just not that great, just fine.
I finally changed the stream title. Clearly, I'm going to remain in this conversation.
I feel like most romantic films.
It's okay. I have content for the next 4 days or something.
Thought of her riding a horse fully clothed, I'm gonna be like, okay, so he's scary. Like he's a bad guy, right? He's like terrifying.
But the problem
they never
is
dissuaded me of the notion.
You know that when they were writing that, they meant to. It's like, and this is damning with faint praise, but like that they thought they had good intentions. Like they, they thought this is like a really inclusive, good moment that will like really open people's eyes.
I don't understand what he thought it was supposed to accomplish past the point of like, well, the first time I met the trans woman I based this character off of, I went off and spanked it in the desert, so I guess I have to do that in the movie too.
Well,
like I can't imagine that that's something that he added to the story to make his character based on him more compelling, or to do anything at all. Just a woman wearing an American flag, riding a horse, just furiously masturbating to the thought of that.
I'm so curious.
I don't know.
About that. No. I'm very curious about that because I had a similar thing with It doesn't go that far, but with Baby Reindeer, if anyone saw that, which like
I haven't seen it,
yeah, which is an interesting show of terms about like stalking, and has some interesting things to say there outside of the
no, I never watched Tim and Eric,
which is its own whole discussion, but like within its own context, like that's fine. But then there's this other part about like him dating a trans woman and kind of dealing with his shit, which I did like to a degree, but it was still, again, like she has a lot more shit going on in that show, and yet she still just pigeonholes into her relationship with him. Like she's a lawyer and stuff, and all the praise that I saw heaped at the show for that aspect is just like, wow, it's so cool to like see him work out his shit, which again is like necessary, I guess, but it's just, again, it was this is where trans people get to be relegated to within these like big dramas. And I'm curious to hear like National Anthem of like, is it seen as a romantic thing? Not even romantic, I wouldn't say. Like, is it like positive that he's going off and masturbating in the woods, or is it shown with any sort of like, this is weird light? Because either way, it's the positivity of it's like, oh, it just feels like it has this element of like, oh, I can find trans women hot too, which is like kind of this pat on the back, like, yeah, cis dude, look at you, you're so progressive because you'll masturbate to a trans woman.
I think that the problem that I had going into it is like, I love Eve Lindley, I love this actress. I feel like, no, like I look at Eve Lindley and I'm like, that's a very good stand-in for like a certain type of trans woman. And I like imbue myself onto her so much. that it felt like such an insanely violating moment. Just because I was like, oh, okay, so like that's what happens, is that like people meet me and I have a fun conversation with them where I'm like fun and charming and cutesy, and then they just go home and jerk off.
And then they
And the thought, like, being faced off with that and realizing like, oh, the main character of this movie is that guy. And it's you know, it's different in the context of like being a sex worker, where that's like an implicit thing that I'm like giving somebody permission to do, versus this is a woman who just like works on a ranch that just talks to him for 5 minutes and then he goes home and does that. I don't know.
Yeah, the power dynamic is definitely a lot, or like implicit levels of consent there seem a lot murkier.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, what's weird to me about that, again, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know. It's just,
yeah, sure.
It's like, I'm not against that, because like that does happen, but it doesn't seem, again, from your description, it doesn't seem like it has any commentary on that, other than like, oh, look, I did this.
So what it is in the movie, there's a lot of moments where the main character has these little fantasies where the trans girl who has a boyfriend and has all these intimate moments with her boyfriend, every time he sees her being intimate with her boyfriend, he's imagining it happening to him instead. So she like sings a song at karaoke and she's like clearly singing it to her boyfriend, but he's imagining her doing like a little sexy little dance and stripping for him. And then
he's wishing to be the friction in your jeans.
Yeah.
And well, and I mean, the thing is that it does become like a poly situation at some point too.
I mean, kind of, but I always felt watching this movie like the boyfriend is the obstacle to this guy getting to this woman.
Oh yeah.
Even when he has sex with the guy, I'm like, you don't want that. You wish that you could just be with Eve Lindley, and he's in the way, and so you technically have to include him, or else you'll look like a creep because you are.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're the asshole.
But again, I'm imbuing a lot of intention onto these characters because, I don't know. In my opinion, they weren't that compelling. They like don't have enough going on, and especially not the main guy, for me to actually figure out what's going on in his head. Aside from,
I think that's
being furiously horny.
Like a larger problem with the movie is that it is very, which is I think both a good thing and a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. It's very lackadaisical. Like it is very like kind of slow and laid back, and it doesn't really have a like narrative thrust to it. Like there are things that the character wants in life.
It's one of those.
It is very like slice of life, like kind of things just kind of happen.
Yeah, but I would say that it's less minimalist than a lot of other like trans-led films. Like, I don't know, I watched Monica recently, and that's a movie where somebody talks maybe once every 4 minutes, and what they say is like, hey, you want a sandwich? Yeah. This movie has like dialogue, and like they think the characters are compelling and deep.
Really quick,
Hello, Silence.
United 8. Thank you for $2 super chat. What the heck is the name of the movie again? It's National Anthem.
Interesting.
And everybody remember, no, I appreciate that because I was trying to get my attention, but all super chats and donations should go to the links. They are linked on Twitch, at the top of Twitch and YouTube. We have less than $1,400 to go. We can get in the next couple. We started with what, a little over. We've already raised about $2,000 this stream. We can definitely keep going. We have 55 donations, so less than $1,400 to go before our first GoFundMe is funded. So any donos, any super chats or anything, send the money there instead. But yeah,
No, sorry, I didn't talk for 35 minutes, and then immediately when I start talking, I'm just raging.
Oh no, it's
no,
totally
I find this fascinating. This is great.
It's a good critique.
Yeah, no, I've been wanting to pick your brain about it since I saw it, because I wanted to go in kind of blind, and
I wish you could have seen it with me on the night, because me and my friend Sarah had a really long conversation about it after.
No,
I mean, there
too.
are
I would
things
love
that the
to.
movie does that I really love. Like, I grew up in like a really small town where everything is that kind of like folksy, like redneck culture, you know, like shooting guns at my grandpa's property and going to the demolition derby and stuff.
Mhm.
And so when I see things that try and reclaim that for queer people or trans people, I'm so excited because that's like exactly what I want to do. I'm like, I want to force a space for myself and my people and my community in my community that I grew up in. And so seeing a movie set in New Mexico against the backdrop of like a horse ranch and like the rodeo and folksy, you know, back home bullshit, I'm like, that's a really dope idea. And I wish that the characterization was anything else than it is, because I think that that setting is really beautiful, and even the idea of the plot could have been really
We're here with
compelling
Dead
if
Domain
it
because
was
they're raising money
written
for a
by
bunch
somebody
of
else with
trans
different
people who need
experiences.
to
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
move,
very
basically. So they're supporting like 4 different
so much
GoFundMes.
about. Oh, sorry.
No, please.
So much about like the main characters, the issues like he had with his mom and the issues that like with his brother and stuff. It felt very indie movie. Like it felt very
Try
like
hard.
Which
like
is okay.
almost
I love an indie. I love a no
it,
budget. I love a
in a
movie
way
that
of
takes years
like
to get funded and you know.
Like almost kind of like just indie movie like expectance. Like that's just
like
like of course we're going here, of course we're doing that
a
type
little
of.
bit, like a little bit of, I don't want to say award bait because I don't think it has like that high of aspirations,
No.
but it
No.
it has a little bit of that like maybe festival award bait of just like and then
Right.
I don't
Well,
think
Ooh,
and I think
sleepy.
the thing is that he may have had one trans sensitivity reader at some point take a crack at this thing, but like, I think that the problem that I ran into it was that like I've experienced this character, this guy, from the other side of it. I've been the girl in this situation, and it's scary. I don't know. He gave me like the weirdest office vibes that I was like, I feel like you. It's interesting that that kind of person sees themselves as like the main character, like the main protagonist in a story. And I wonder what was going on with the guy, because like he did a Q&A and he talked about like bringing on a co-writer on the film, and the co-writer was like, I think you should give your main character like goals. And he was like, oh.
Like maybe there should be some story
That's
here.
really interesting. Whoa, my guy needs a goal? Aside from just sucking this woman's dick? That sounds... You're great at this.
Two things, because it reminds me, because it's two things that it reminds me of. It just feels like it's not a movie that has, despite being a very queer like centered film, not having a queer gaze. And by that I mean having a sense of others perspectives and trying to have a point of view that slips between different characters throughout the film. Like I think a good example of it that I was thinking about recently is Challengers, which is a film that is about like two guys essentially wanting to fuck each other, and there's like a girl, Zendaya is kind of their figuring it out person.
Right.
And tennis is also sex because you can't have a polycule on tennis, so it's a metaphor, you see. But like that was a movie that like every character kind of has like an identity and a point of view, and you kind of slip between like who is feeling what at different points within the film, and kind of giving some understanding to that. Whereas like another good one that kind of hits on that has a good trans character, but kind of the main character literally the writer could not get past his own bullshit is, did any of you see Dispatches from Elsewhere?
I love Dispatches from Elsewhere.
I love Dispatches.
That was actually my first.
I love
Dispatches.
Yeah, I love Dispatches from Elsewhere so much, but it's also like I adore that film even at the end. But like it's also interesting because the end of
show,
the
right?
show, the final episode, without spoiling too much for people, is literally Jason Segel being like, I can't get past my own bullshit on it, and the trans woman character calling him out on that, understandably so. And it's just interesting to see that struggle that you wish this guy had is kind of what that show is like textually dealing with.
And Eve Lindley was the same actress in National Anthem.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So that was the thing. Like, I saw her in Dispatches from Elsewhere years and years ago, and I was like, whoa, it's like a trans woman who's like beautiful, but like sounds like me. You know, kind of has like this like, I don't know, sort of andro, whatever kind of voice, and that was such an eye-opening thing for me. That then to see her in another movie, having already imbued myself onto her. It's my own bullshit that I'm hung up on, but also I don't.
It seems like the movie's also kind of bullshit. Like,
because it feels like if imbuing yourself onto the female lead is a problem that will make you dislike the movie, then we're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think if the movie is brought down from identifying with one of the leads, like,
and I think it's a shame because so much of the stuff around it I really did like. Like, I liked a lot of I come from not nearly as like shit kicky as the person in New Mexico from the movie, but I also grew up on farms shooting guns, helping, move hay bales when I was, over summers when I would have been 11 or 12 at that point. But like, I am also pretty familiar with a lot of the similar iconography, and I loved so much of that stuff. I just wish it was in service of, like you were saying, like I liked it with a lot of caveats, I'd say. And I also wish that Mason Alexander Park had a better movie too.
That's always.
Well, I also think. Yeah, Mason was not given really much to do in that one.
And I
also think if you guys, go ahead.
Sorry, nothing. I don't have like terminal brain rot for many people, except for them for whatever reason. But like they're
You're just
on screen
reboot fan.
Also yes.
Action.
Also, yeah. Well, no, I haven't watched actually that yet. But like,
it's pretty good. It's pretty good, actually. I liked it a lot.
It's a vibe.
I was shocked by it.
It's total bullshit, but I had fun with it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Every time they're on screen, I'm just like, they're so fucking pretty. Are you kidding me? This is so unfair.
Yeah. That's how I feel about Emma Darcy.
Yeah, I feel it.
Yeah. I mean, something that kind of like blew my mind open a little bit about National Anthem. If it's okay if I keep talking about it, I don't have to. If you guys want to change.
No, go for it.
Go for it.
I've been thinking about it a lot lately because my friend who's bisexual or straight trans woman was just talking with me about like representation of like straight trans women and trans women that are attracted to men in media and especially in film. And like I'm a lesbian, so that wasn't really something that I had thought about that much before. I was like, well, yeah, I like seeing like movies where trans women have like a beautiful girlfriend, or a wife. But we were kind of talking about like the ways that men who are attracted to trans women are allowed to exist on screen. And I kind of came to this conclusion that like a lot of the time we have either like this, the more masculine guy who's like kind of a shithead, kind of abusive, kind of a chaser, kind of ashamed of his like trans girlfriend. And then we have this other version of this, which is like this really effeminate guy who is boring and doesn't really have that much going on and like, is like obsessed with her. And she's like the only thing that's interesting about his entire life. And it was interesting in this movie because like I was so frustrated watching this main character be like so boring and so nothing and just like kind of wishing that we had like that like more like just like a normal masculine straight guy, not to say that like effeminate men aren't normal, but like a guy whose
Like the-
entire life isn't his attraction to a trans woman.
Isn't like
Like
yeah,
It's
the
interesting
most
because
like
I guess
normal leading man shaped.
yeah, like why don't we have like Richard Gere and Julia Roberts, but she's a trans woman? Because we just don't get that yet, and maybe we will
Yeah.
someday. But it's funny because I guess that the main guy in National Anthem, or Eve Lindley's other boyfriend, is supposed to be that. When I thought about the movie again, I was like, oh, we did get that, but I completely forgot about it because he's just such a nothing kind of character. Like, the guy that she's dating is like, yeah, he's like a queer guy, but he's like masculine and like rugged, and he runs a horse ranch. And he just loves his girlfriend, and he's not like obsessed with her penis or whatever, and I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know. I know most of you guys haven't seen this movie, so I'm just ranting about something that...
It's interesting because yeah, it's like it's the thing with when you have guys dating trans women within film. It's like there's always needs to be a commentary on that. It can't just be. It needs to be needs to be about that. It needs to be about that fact. And I kind of did like Dispatches from Elsewhere, where it came up towards the end of that story, where it was where it was overt and textual, but it wasn't the main point of it for the long time.
He just likes this girl a lot, and he just wants to get with her, and she's like, you know that I'm trans, right? Isn't that a problem? And he's like, I don't even know what that is, but it's cool. It's whatever. Yeah. I don't care. That was awesome. I liked that part of the show.
Yeah, I liked and I like that it kind of came up in the sense of like, oh, because he is so unaware of that actually creates the problem, because it's sort of like, I'm going to be dealing with shit, and I need you to be aware of the shit that I'm going to be dealing with, so that like we can engage with each other on it.
Right.
And
exactly.
I really did like that. Yeah, I've never seen that before in any other thing, and I think that that's like the one example. So
yeah, it was such a nice way to get away from that dichotomy of like the shame of dating a trans girl versus like the obsession with it. It's like just having a guy who just doesn't really care one way or the other. He's like, you're a girl and I like girls. You're a cool girl. I like girls.
I feel like this is true of like trans narratives in general, like not even just focusing on the like romantic subplots or like the romantic plots of movies, but that like when trans people are in movies, it has to be about that. Like we, like, you know, we're at a point now where like gay things can just include that as part of the story, like in Modern Family. You know, you can just have a character be queer and it's not like the entire plot revolves around it. But like, you know, even with like the Elliot Page movie that's coming out next month, and even with how they handled like the Umbrella Academy, like it's still like they talk about the trans person, and that is the focal conflict in a lot of our stories, as opposed to it just being it influences the story, but it's incidental.
It has to be a very special episode. Like it has to be an after school special.
Yeah, like, and it's like
you're gonna love my movie. You're gonna love it again. By the way.
I mean, I know I'm gonna love it.
But that is definitely
My thing is like, unless you're like actually trying to talk about that, like I do think like when you create a character, their identity, whatever it is, should inform what they're going to be saying and discussing, but it shouldn't dictate everything about them. Like, again, I keep going back to Dispatches from Elsewhere. Like, one of the aspects of it that I think worked really well is the main guy was drawn to the trans woman because she was so free.
I didn't actually see the Umbrella Academy, by the way.
And like was saying, it kind of had this like fuck the system energy that he was trapped within. That very much matches with a trans perspective, like deeply. Like that is very much a trans perspective, but it wasn't about it gendered in a gendered way, but it was a very trans perspective, which I think works very well for that type of story, which I think we need more of, you know?
And I mean, also just that the story is not about transness and identity. It's about identity, but like in the way that it's mostly about like this overarching plot that all these people are involved in, and she just happens to be a part of it. Like it allows for her character to be something other than her transness, because it doesn't even really come up until like 4 or 5 episodes into the show. And even when it does, it's just like, okay, it's a part of your character. That's fine.
But it is like thematically relevant, I feel like, part of her character, because like I think like the first thing I think he notices about her is, again, her like very fuck the system vibes. which
Yeah.
again feels very thematically relevant to a trans experience.
Right.
I forgot what I was saying, but we are almost. Thank you to everybody. Really quick, I'm going to have Hoots join us. If everybody's okay with that.
Who?
Hell
Hoots?
Who?
yeah.
Sorry. I'm a terrible person.
No, that was good.
That's okay. That's okay.
That
But
was-
before we do that, we are at $3,420 out of $4,500. We almost have less than $1,000 to go. To anybody who wants to donate, do not donate to me for the stream. Donate at the links that are pinned in the chats. And I am streaming until they're all finished. And I want to say thanks to everybody who's been here and just chilling for a little bit as we get Hoots in here too. Right, give me a second. Where's my? There we go. Discord.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get like a list of all the movies that y'all have been talking about, because I'm like, apparently I've just been sleeping on trans content and even stuff that I know has trans people in it, like Euphoria. I'm so curmudgeonly about watching new stuff, but I am really always just so fascinated by like narrative and stories, and man, it would be great to see more trans-led like narratives.
I mean, and there's such a small list of like trans narratives that are good that like you could probably roll through it in a weekend.
Yeah, fair enough.
If we're being
Yeah,
real.
it's
Honestly,
it's
yeah.
so easy to get burned by any sort of trans media, and like it bites. Like
I can write a big long
Well-
comment in the YouTube chat if people really want it. I've got them locked and loaded into my brain, so.
Also,
Well,
like,
really quick-
why we
oh, sorry.
need to make more trans content.
yeah,
make more
we
trans
do.
movies. Yeah.
I'm about to live
Yeah,
so much
I think
closer to
Jordan
so
was
many
trying
of
to
you.
introduce the
But yes,
chat.
Jordan introduced Hoots, sorry.
Oh yes. Hello, Hoots. Are you there?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Hello.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hey guys.
And Hoots, let everybody in chat know who you are and what you do.
I'm Hoots. I'm over on YouTube. I'm a YouTuber and a podcaster. My family is very proud.
I
of
have seen
me.
Hedwig and the Angry Inch. It's been forever.
And tell everybody about the Respect the Dead podcast real quick. Gotta show your wares.
Yeah, I co-host a podcast with Kaylin Conrad called Respect the Dead, where it's a comedy history podcast where we exclusively talk about dead
Sounds like a threat.
people and things. So each week one of us will tell the other the biography, the life story of some person who is no longer with us. Usually a bad person, because it's much funnier to talk about bad people.
I think this is
who
the
have
only cis
died.
person in chat now.
But I think maybe not the next one we've got coming up, but the one after that is a good person. Occasionally we do goodies.
Occasionally.
Occasionally we're actually respectful, but usually the Respect the Dead title is ironic. It's a little tongue in cheek.
I also gotta say, it's so weird listening to Respect the Dead now after actually like having hung out with you and Kay in LA.
Yeah.
Because like we were talking about it when we first met, because we were talking about like why you two have such good camaraderie, and that's kind of what you want in a podcast, is to just like feel like you're with, you want to feel like you're hanging out with friends, but actually after hanging out with y'all as friends, it's super weird to go back, because it's like, oh, I kind of miss them. It's very odd.
It was a good hang too. I'm really glad that we did that. It was cool getting to like just have a chill on the couch night.
Yeah, it was. I really just loved the whole LA trip. Mia and I were talking earlier about that was where we met, and I didn't even know. I think I told Mia at the time, like, I did not even know she lived in LA or was going to be at the premiere.
It was so cool that like so many people that I like have interacted with online all happened to be in town at the same time. I got to see so many friends from far away in my, not my hometown, but I mean the place where I live.
Sorry, I am answering a message real quick.
I'm just gonna run to the restroom real fast.
Oh, you're all good. Yeah, so
Okay,
we've
chat, I'll be back in a
just been
minute.
talking. God damn, that national anthem conversation was a while.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Much to say.
Yeah, it's one I've been thinking about a lot. Not a lot. I've been thinking about it a bit because I've been mulling it over, and I've been
hope I
trying.
didn't steamroll you. I mean, you can like it. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. Like I like
down your
completely
throat about
agree
it.
with a lot of your like points, and I walked out of it feeling like pretty conflicted. Because there was like stuff I really liked about it, but stuff that I also like it for better and mostly worse. It was that manic pixie dream girl story, which is, you know, there's a reason why those kind of stories get picked apart, because it is somebody else, is a story about usually a man using a girl for his own personal growth, using her as essentially an object in the story rather than as like a character. And that's kind of what it was. And it's like, it was unfortunate because I think not everything, but a lot of the stuff around the edges of that movie are still really interesting. And like, it had a lot of good stuff in there. But what was I about to say? Oh, because I've been trying to, and I was talking about this with Jessie a little bit ago. I've been trying to just go back through and watch like more, I guess, classic queer cinema and stuff. And so I recently watched like Cabaret for the first time.
Oh, hell yeah.
Great musical, wonderful
Which
musical.
is
Hell yeah.
like a fucking banger for sure.
Gut punch.
Yeah, I need to watch I've heard a lot about the Alan Cumming version. And
It's all on YouTube. The entire thing is on YouTube.
I need to really see that one because I think it adds a lot more context than the movie did for like the ending. But yeah, I loved that. And then I watched another one I had recommended to me was Velvet Goldmine. Which was it was fine. Like it was, I think it was really well shot. I have like core issues around anything that kind of like tributes and pays homage to David Bowie.
Understandable.
Yeah, which is like it's a real like hard stop for me at that point. But yeah, no, I have no idea where I was going with that. Sorry, we're like well over. I usually only stream an hour, probably an hour less than this on stream days, so we are already well over my like stream filter where my brain starts turning to mush. So
I mean, this discussion was like super helpful to me too, because I'm working on because I'm hopefully trying to get Identities made into a series, which is my main goal right now. But then I'm also working on a feature like horror film, which like is about like time travel, elder god, forest horror, if any of that makes sense smashed together.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
So I have a whole bit about like the trans woman main character sort of dating a tattoo artist, like bear kind of a guy. And so I'm like trying to figure out how to make that relationship work, which this has been helpful to discuss.
No, I've been I talked about this on Twitter recently, but I am also kind of writing a feature film, hopefully a feature film right now that is also in a similar horror space, and I am trying to avoid a lot of, not trying because I think some of them are pretty easy to sidestep, but also, yeah, like a lot of this stuff is very useful notes. Oh, is Sir streaming? I don't know if we can have one more person. That would be, I think that might be a tipping point.
Transgender tipping point. Let's do it.
What was Hoots? So tell us, we've been talking a little bit about what have you been working on lately? What are some projects you've been doing?
Okay, so I feel like I've fallen behind on so much stuff because of like the big LA trip that everybody took, that I felt like I was like, well, I'm on vacation too then, even though I was just at home. But so I have been working. I've kind of put it aside for now. But my next video essay, I have you heard of the wine and egg diet?
No, it sounds awesome though.
No.
Yeah, it sounds like a great night.
So a few years ago, this went viral. This is like a diet from the early 60s that came from a dating advice book that is every day you have an entire bottle of wine and like 4 eggs and a steak for like 2 days. And but it came from, like I said, like a 1960s dating advice book. So I wanted to follow the diet as my, like, my hook, because people love watching a garbage fire. And then I kind of wanted to use that to talk about the
I know who
the
Hoots
general
is?
dating advice that's in it, and by extension, kind of mid-century feminist politics. So I have not broken script on it, even though I promised myself I was going to do it like last week. But I did follow the diet for 2 days, and it was awful. It was horrible.
I bet. Jesus Christ.
It
was so it was a diet, but only for 2 days. Was it meant to be like a cleanse?
It's a crash. It's a crash. And she describes it as a crash. But it's dry white wine, eggs, and steak. And I'm normally a vegetarian, but I was like, well, I got to follow it to a T. So I was eating steak that I fried in Pam so that it wouldn't add any extra calories. It's terrible.
White wine with steak. Why?
White wine with steak. And I chose my favorite white wine because I was like, well, I'm going to have to drink this all day, including for breakfast. You have 1 glass for breakfast, you have 2 glasses for lunch, and then you finish the rest of the bottle for dinner. And I don't I have not been able to drink that wine since. Like I don't think I can drink that wine again. It I was literally choking down a glass of wine at like 7 in the morning over my sink and a hard-boiled egg. It was
Jesus
hideous. It was hideous. So I'm working on that.
What was the intent of the diet? Was it like, if you do this, you'll get swole, you'll lose weight, you'll just be...
Yeah, what was this supposed to accomplish?
Superpowers, like...
And do you feel like you did it?
It is weight loss, because it was a diet from 1962, so there's no getting swole for women, and it's specifically for women in 1962, but it was framed as this is a diet that you can get your man to do with you. I did not ask anybody to do it with me, because if I did, they would lose my number.
Him?
Yeah. If you want to get him skinny and drunk.
Yeah, if you and your man both want the same kind of androgynous, genderless, sexless build, go for this.
I did lose a lot of weight in 2 days, but obviously it was all like water weight. It was all dehydration. I was still drinking water.
Okay.
Were you supposed to only drink wine?
They only mention wine.
Okay.
I gave myself water because like no diet really mentions water, like I think it's just assumed that you'll continue to drink water. However, there are 2 different, there's a version of the diet that went viral a few years ago, and like some editors at like Vogue and stuff tried it. And that included black coffee, which I normally drink, but I bought the dating book and it mentioned nothing about coffee, so I also detoxed on coffee, which made it so much worse. Because I do drink coffee every morning, so I was like going through coffee withdrawals, and drunk and hungry.
Sounds like a great 11 a.m.
Horrible. And I'm the kind of person, like, I just kind of like naturally wake up at like 6:30 in the morning. So again, I was like drinking a glass of wine over my sink at 7 a.m. Like, this is like the kind of thing that people call for help over.
Jesus.
Jeez.
And it was just like, this is a cute diet you can do with your man.
I mean, technically, so is F, but like,
I wonder how many of those diets, because I'm sure every, newspaper tabloid and at-home journal from the 50s, I mean, like, still onward, but I wonder how many of those diets were just like total bullshit that were just concocted because they needed to fill space.
I mean, most of them, I would guess. Like, even
I would
nowadays, most
hazard-
diets are not based on like scientific evidence.
Mm-hmm.
vibes based.
Vibe-based. I mean, that's how I do most things as it is. So vibes-based diet is fine. Yeah.
I think this woman had one busy weekend where maybe she was going to a lot of parties and wasn't eating a lot, and she was like, "Oh, I lost 5 pounds. Let's put this in ink and get people to do it." And then like what's fucking crazy is she spends so much of the rest of the book talking about like what a health nut she is, and I am like, madam, you are not a health nut if you're recommending that people drink a bottle of wine and like 6 eggs a day.
The cholesterol had to be just through the roof.
Yeah, my poor little heart.
It sounds like you only held out for 2 days before you gave up. Like, I think if you had stuck it out for a couple months at least, like, you would have
That's right.
found...
The Jordan Peterson diet.
Yeah.
I should have made it 30. It
no.
really was.
You would
It
have.
was a woman version of the Jordan Peterson diet.
You would have ended up in a coma like Jordan Peterson in a
Yeah.
Chinese milking facility.
Yeah, no carb crash.
I think maybe I have to do the Jordan Peterson diet next. I have to find the lion in me.
I mean,
No, see now
have
you're.
to is
I've been
maybe a
trying to
strong
think.
word.
I've been trying to think of like what other, because I don't think I can do any more infiltration videos. At least not like without.
They know who you are now.
Yeah,
Right.
like not without FFS. Like too many people have seen those videos. But the idea of trying a diet is not something I considered for like a how can I throw myself into this piece of content. And now you've got me contemplating like, what if I tried like what's that one, the giant, the red, the burly red bearded
Liver
man,
King?
yeah,
Liver King? Yeah.
yeah,
Oh.
like
See how red you can get?
God, just how just red and gnarly looking, just like a giant, just like his entire body just looks like one big twisted muscle.
Yeah, white wine has to be so sugary.
Yeah. I
Ugh.
don't believe that just liver did that.
No, it would be like Super Size Me, but for the Liver King. Like it would just show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, but no, I wouldn't do it because I think he's like testicles and all sorts of weird like gizzards and bits
Right.
that I'm not into.
Yeah. Yeah.
Too
no.
chewy.
And
Oh,
also
that's
like hard to find. Like you can't just
also,
go to the local Kroger and get testicles.
I
I mean,
can't just
maybe
have
you
it
can't.
delivered on my Liver King plate.
Oh wait,
I
he
don't know
sells
as much.
supplements, doesn't he? That's his
Oh,
thing.
he's absolutely he's a brain pills guy.
Right,
for
right,
sure.
right. See,
Have
at least
you-
Helen Gurley Brown, the author of the Wine and Egg Diet, was just a legitimate alcoholic. She wasn't grifting.
No, she was doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
Like I
You know what?
respect that.
I kind of respect that.
She would be best friends with that TikTok lady who's like, and 2 shots of vodka.
What was I? Sorry, I just had something I was going to say. Oh, I wanted to go over. Never mind. Hang on. Okay. Sorry. I'm talking out loud. I'm not used to having guests on my stream, so this is just me filling time for like the audience.
Vamping. Vamp.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
no, they
no.
love this.
They love a bit of
It's
vamping.
their favorite moment.
I think that it is like fairly popular to try different kinds of diets. Like I follow a couple of like people who do historical content, and like one of them did like drinking beer with every meal because this is allegedly how people in medieval times did stuff, and like other things like that. I think that people are interested. Like, what would happen if you drank like watered down beer with every meal?
Right. I think like people like to see people kind of like test the limits of their own bodies, and likewise people like to test their body, which is kind of where my idea to do this started, because I was curious. I was like, sounds gross, I wonder what it feels like. And I kind
Terrible.
of yeah, it was
out.
awful. It was hideous.
Like that
but
is,
I got to find out.
that's so much alcohol that like was it recommended, okay, like half a bottle in the morning, half a bottle at night?
It was 1 glass
like
in the morning, 2 glasses at lunch, and then the rest of the bottle.
Oh, so you're ramping up.
Okay.
No. No.
So it actually wasn't enough that I was ever like hammered. I was just like sort of drunk and not able to do anything. I was just like kind of tipsy and bored all day.
That's arguably worse.
No,
Yeah.
it very much is. Like, I would rather be fucking slammed at the end of the day than just like kind of lackadaisical and that weird haze that comes with like 2 drinks.
Just kind of nauseous, like 2 drinks on an empty stomach.
Oh, on an empty stomach and nothing but like pure protein too.
And no caffeine. Yeah,
no
that's
carbs.
a headache coming for sure.
No caffeine, no carbs. Oh,
yeah,
geez.
it was horrible. It was
Did
awful.
you get like heart palpitations? Like shit.
No, I did feel really nauseous, really headachy, which was probably more the caffeine. The second day, I want to say was better than the first. The first I did have to like take a nap in the middle. Like I obviously like took off of work because I couldn't get in my car and drive to work after having my morning wine. So I took 2 days off of work. So I just like took a nap in the middle of the day. I just felt like really like, and because alcohol is a depressant as well, like I just felt kind of sad and bored and lonely. It was horrible.
So like a 1950s housewife.
Yes, exactly like a 1950s
True.
house. Like if I had had some Valium, that would have made all the fucking difference.
Oh, that would have really pulled it together. A kid yelling for some Ovaltine from the other room.
Yeah. Not right now, honey.
Mommy's got to have her steak and eggs.
Morning.
Carinal in Twitch chat talking about me going undercover again. You're probably way too transitioned at this point, but I think that's a killer idea. I did CPAC like just a couple months ago, and nobody was the wiser. Even though a bunch of people did say I looked like a lesbian after the fact. Like I just looked like a really butch lesbian, which was very funny.
It's fun. You're doing the, what is it called, male fail now?
Didn't know that was a thing, but I love it.
Yeah, it's when you're basically like trying to go in boy mode, but you're failing at it.
Yeah.
People just, as a wise person once said, they clock me, but they don't know what time it is.
True.
All right, what can we talk about on here? Hoots, have you seen?
Are we gonna play Jeopardy? Did you plan for that, or are we not doing that?
We already did Jeopardy. Unfortunately, that was Rosa. I know. I feel kind of bad for taking it because I think
do it again. Do it again. You don't even need new questions. We don't know.
Except I don't have it. Is the only problem with that?
Oh.
Ooh, I wonder if.
I thought I was gonna walk away from the stream with money. What was that? Not the plan?
Oh no!
Yeah, I'll
Other
you
people.
$1.
No, yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, we are at 3,500, which means we have less than 1,000 to go. We have less than 1,000 to go.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
raise mutual aid funds for Vicky to find a home. And then once that is complete, we are on to, I will put on the cat ears, and that is the end of the first tier. And then we are moving on to the second of 5 GoFundMes that I am streaming until they are all finished. If you would like to donate, do not give any super chats. Do not give to the stream. Give at the links listed and pinned in Twitch and YouTube chat. We have less than $1,000 to go. If everybody gives just a little bit, it will go much faster. And thank you guys so much. We have already raised about 2K, I think. It has been pretty close. Yeah, we have raised 2K in about 6 hours, 6-ish hours. So
holy shit.
Yeah, that is
Wow.
like life-changing money here, and thanks to everybody for donating. Gorgonite, YouTube suggested I watch this. What the hell are you all about, people? Right now I'm about stacking that paper for people who need it. What are you about, buddy?
I'm about 5'10".
Wait, you're 5'10"?
You are not 5'10". There is no way that's true.
I said I'm about 5'10". I didn't say about how much I was.
Yeah,
off.
about. What does that mean? 5'8 3/4?
Wait.
I'm about 5'10".
Okay.
That's
I don't
Bugs.
know. I
You
don't
give
know if I
off
believe
such
you, Bugs.
taller than me energy.
What
Except
do I
Really?
give off? What
I-
do I give off? Do I
Mia,
say
you're
tall
so
or short?
tiny.
I've
Mia,
met
you fit in
you,
my pocket.
Mia.
Bugs, don't spoil it, Bugs.
You give off like. Do you want me to tell the truth, or do you want me to lie?
Tell the
5'3".
truth.
5'3". I was gonna say like 5'6".
Okay. Wait, what would the lie have been? Because 5'6"
Like
is extremely similar
7,
to
8?
my 5'7". Okay.
Okay.
I don't understand
I-
the difference between truth and lying in this situation.
I know,
thought one of
Mama.
them would be exaggerated.
You thought one would be like 4'10".
Yeah.
Wait, how do I have tall person energy? I'm literally just a silly little guy.
Because
You
you take
are.
pictures with your phone sitting on the floor looking up at you a lot.
Well,
You
that
don't
is
take
fair.
pictures that make you look short.
You take pictures at angles that like show off your entire body, which when you fit it all into a frame, it makes you look tall.
Huh.
You have
Interesting.
very long vibes, if that makes sense.
Oh, I am very long. That is fair. Yes.
Yeah. See? Yeah, gosh, sorry. I forgot I don't want to force anybody to watch the Matt Walsh the trailer for Matt Walsh's new film.
Oh God.
Oh,
Thank
are you aware of this, Hoots?
Yeah, I haven't watched the trailer. I've kind of scrolled past it on Twitter.
Same.
It's fascinating the projects they choose to make.
It's
Honestly, what I'm very fascinated for is that what is that? The fantasy series that they're doing, the Jeremy
the
Boring
doing
Pendragon
what?
cycle.
I am
Oh,
honestly
right.
fascinated by that. Like, I am actually weirdly excited for that because I'm so curious what
Gangly,
horrific
lanky.
monstrosity that is going to be. That
I'm
dumpster fire
fairly
of a show.
long-limbed.
Like,
Let
Or maybe I'm
me-
just really short-waisted
I don't
and it
think I'm
makes me
aware
seem
of this.
long-limbed.
What is
out.
it?
It's
So-
there's a book of fantasy novels called the Pendragon novels or whatever, and the Daily Wire is making a fantasy show based on those books, and it's just like a straight up fantasy series. So, but it's directed by Jeremy Boring. So I'm utterly fascinated what that's going to be, because everything else you can like to kind of get the vibe of what it's going to be beforehand, but that I'm like I really don't know how vapid and empty it's going. Like in what way it'll be vapid and empty.
I can only imagine the super low budget magic effects. I don't know how
Yeah,
much
right?
magic is in it, but like, yeah, that just I think it's
Right.
gonna be golden.
I can't wait for the entire like crowd that was like screaming about the Lord of the Rings show to just be talking about how much they love this series or something like that.
Oh yeah, people who were like screaming at the Rings of
Black
Power.
dwarves! Ah, how dare there be black dwarves?
I'm just mad that they didn't have the balls to put any beards on dwarven women. I was like, it's not even worth watching. Are you kidding?
I will say
like
that show is trash. It is a trash show, but it is like exactly my kind of trash. And I also really love the dwarf Elrond storyline in that is great, mostly just because the dwarf's wife Disa is very much like, I am so happy that my husband and his gay elven boyfriend are happy, and that just makes me happy.
Hell yeah.
No, I think the Pendragon cycle and the Snow White movie, mostly because both of them have Brett Cooper. Like, the fascinating thing about the Daily Wire is that they don't, and I think it's partially because of money. Like, I don't think they have the budget to like hire actual talent. They just have to hire whoever they can get. But the fact that they have hired Brett Cooper, somebody who is not, to my knowledge, a trained actress, to be Snow White in I'm guessing a musical rendition, and also a main character. I'm pretty sure it's a musical. I'm relatively sure.
To be fair to Brett Cooper, she was in that oh god, what was that show? Way back in the day. Heathers. She was in the Heathers TV show.
Oh, I didn't watch that because I heard it was terrible.
Happened.
It was really terrible. I saw the first episode and just noped out, but Brett Cooper was in that. So like she's had some level of like acting experience.
Oh, okay. So that's why she fits in with like Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro and the rest of them.
She very much has the same energy of like, I failed in Hollywood, so I'm gonna go do right-wing grift stuff. Like that is very much her exact vibe. Like she fits in very well there. But yeah, it's not completely out of the blue that she's cast as Snow White. To be fair,
that is. No, because I'm pretty sure that the trailer shows her or like has her singing or something.
Really? That is utterly fascinating. God,
I vaguely remember.
God.
Because it's, oh man.
I'm so sleepy. I'm gonna have to get off this call so that I can wind down stream soon.
Can I get some of this right-wing money to make bullshit vanity projects? I just
let me know when you want to watch Pendragon, and I'll give you my login, because I bought a year-long subscription to Daily Wire last year.
Ignore the movie. Pretend there was no movie for Aragon. Please reread the books.
Technically, I bought two
reread the
subscriptions. One was on
My
Black
partner
Friday.
and I are thinking of starting a podcast about it.
For a year worth of their kids programming, for a video I did with Savvy Writes Books, and since then I've been low-key maybe giving out my login info to other leftist content creators who want to watch their stuff and not pay for it. So yeah,
I mean, I never did that. I found, well, I won't say on a stream, but there are ways to get their content.
Jessie has ways.
It's just like, yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
the
books are good.
I am only minorly concerned that they have actually managed to get their latest bout of filmmaking into theaters, but I do not think that it is going to do what they think it's going to do. Because I don't think racism, while it is definitely a hot button issue, I do not think it is going to be the hot button issue that What Is a Woman was bringing up.
No, it's not.
And certainly not when Kamala is running. Like,
yeah,
the political sphere has shifted, and conservatives are very evidently, by all the memos and shit going around, that are like, yo, you can't say, like, you got to stop. You can't say racist stuff right now. Like, I don't think it's going to be the mover and shaker that they very obviously seem to think it will.
Well, yeah, it's just it's the not understanding what they had, because like the What Is a Woman thing was very much galvanized on the like trans hate shit, whereas like the racism one, like, yeah, you'll get racists who want to like be told it's okay that they're racist to come to that movie, but it's not as misunderstood a topic as trans people are, and it's just a weird one to try to get in theaters. Yeah, I don't. To be fair though, it might end up making money just because I bet you it had like a nothing budget. It's just Wall Street.
Oh, for sure.
Around the
Oh,
places.
for sure.
I bet you it'll end up making them a profit, but it is like I don't think it's gonna get them like the gangbusters attention they want.
I mean, it's hard to beat that title, What is a Woman? You can't have a title like What is a Black Person and get anywhere near the number of clicks.
I mean, I really want to pitch to Nebula a movie that's like, "What is a woman really?" or something. What it like a version of that film that is me kind of doing the same thing, but it's an earnest investigation of the history of like how like womanhood came into be a concept.
Or
That's
no,
crazy,
just
'cause
in,
I was gonna pitch to Nebula Lady Ballers too.
Oh no,
But it's
Lady
not like
Ballers
a
3
take
for
or
sure,
anything
Lady
like
Ballers
that. It's just exactly Lady Ballers, but
But it's
we
be
do
the
it with
plot of that
trans
movie, but with actual trans women and do it.
We
like,
don't change
well.
the script. We just
Yeah.
do the exact movie, but with trans women.
Does it still have the like racist undertones of the final basketball game?
I don't know.
Oh
what
my
that
God.
means. I've never watched the movie, but
Oh,
it will
it's-
if it's in the script. It has to.
It's that
I
they
I
get these
forgot
men
about
to
that.
make a team, and then they're going through the women's championship, and then the last team that they play against is a bunch of black men who have done the same thing, but of course, because of the racism, the black men like dominate the original team of white guys. So yeah, definitely racist no, it's not even undertones. The racist overtones.
That's just that's
The
that's just
racist
racism.
Yeah, the tones.
I'll
God.
have to do it. I'm sorry. I've already committed to just doing the script exactly as it is. So we'll just have to.
Well, is that
I
part
can pitch,
in
I
the
can pitch to
second
Nebula. I'm sure this is be what they want to do next.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I mean I'm already doing it. Like Dave is on board. Dave runs Nebula, right? I'm not at Nebula. I don't know.
Yeah. Dave runs Nebula.
Oh, cool. I remembered a guy. to make
Nebula.
my
No,
reference
Dave
relevant.
is
It's
chill.
Nebula.
Dave is chill.
Dave
he's
Nebula.
chill. I honestly,
Chill
yeah,
enough
Dave
to let me make Lady Ballers too?
is-
I don't think so.
Look, hey, I can't imagine the coveted Lady Ballers IP is really would be too much to go and grab from Daily Wire. I doubt that
Yeah,
they're holding on to it for all
dear.
those big returns later on.
I think it's the only one
I
that
think
actually
that
could
if
make a profit besides Wonder
I
Woman.
pretended like I really wanted to acquire the rights to it, that I could trick them into making a Lady Ballers too and blowing a lot of money on it.
I will
Honestly,
say,
If,
God. That would
if
be
we all
fantastic.
make an offer, we could convince them that it's viable as a franchise.
See, and here's the problem is if they had a better like
Lady
if they were
Baller. That's
like
the
if they were smarter, they could have an actual franchise with the
Oh, I thought you were
idea
gonna say they
of
would've passed Blair White.
that too. But like
Yeah.
they could have had an actual franchise of like to them men just essentially cosplaying as women in these different areas. Like I always think of the
give them
end-
a whole like a cinematic universe.
Yeah, like I always think of the end of 21 Jump Street or 22 Jump Street, where there's like this montage of hypothetical like 24 Jump Street, 25 Jump Street, where it's all like in space at the medical academy, police academy, veterinary school. Like it's just going down all of these different settings that they could just do the same shtick in endlessly, which is a great sight gag. But I'm like, if they had like an ounce of foresight or intelligence or like nuance to their understanding of an issue, they actually probably could, and for probably pretty measly budgets.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I can't imagine that movie cost like anything to fucking make.
No.
There was somebody actually almost got back to me once, or somebody reached out to me once talking about how they knew somebody who was part of like the crowd. They had gotten hired to be in the crowd at one of the basketball scenes.
Oh, interesting.
And how it was a fucking nightmare because just clearly nobody on set knew what they were doing. Everybody was pissed. There was no good AC. It took like 6 more hours than they thought it would, which none of that is surprising in the least.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me at all. It's just it's hilarious to me how people like get movies made who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, I was shocked because I was like, oh, this like when I made Identities, I'm like, oh, this seems like it's going pretty well, and everyone's like, wow, you're actually like doing really great. And I'm not trying to compliment myself. I'm like, yeah, this feels pretty basic. I don't know. I don't understand why it's so complicated.
Like, so many people were so baffled. They were like, wait, you like finished shooting again on time?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
And it's like
you had 18 days to shoot it and you shot it in 18 days? What do you mean you finished on time?
It's like we planned it
we
out.
had a plan and we followed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you just do the thing. Not
Yeah, people just feel like they can just show up and be like, all right, yeah, we'll bang it out. It's fine. And it's like, no. Know your shot list. Like, know what the how long it's going to take. Like, what's the plan for the different setups? Like,
and I think Rosa...
Yo.
Oh, sorry, Bugs.
Oh, nothing. I'm just riffing.
Hey, Rosa.
Yo.
Do you have... Rosa, really quick, introduce yourself for everybody who's not in the chat.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Rosa from the Composting Podcast. I review movies and do comedy and music. Howdy.
Paid crowd member on your resume.
Rosa.
You're an extra. I guess
Howdy.
it goes on your resume.
Rosa, do you happen to have... You don't have any more Jeopardy questions, do you?
We don't actually
No.
have to play. I was goofing off.
But you know, it was we had relatively few chatters when we played the first time, so I could just set up the same questions if you wanted to.
I could just not participate and
Yeah,
watch everybody else if y'all wanted to, because it was actually pretty easy.
Yeah, and there is a QR code that y'all can scan to join the game and like actually buzz in and play.
I'm called in on my phone, so that's not going to work for me. So actually, now would be a great time for me to jump off anyway, because I gotta do some stuff.
I was about to say, I proposed the Jeopardy thing kind of as a joke, just like fucking around.
Now you're gonna fucking
get
ditch?
off. So this
Honestly,
I was actually probably gonna jump off too.
Stay, but
Oh, I see. Okay, I
do
finally
have
get
to
it
stay
together, and
again.
everybody's got to fucking leave. It's okay.
I mean, I can hang a little bit longer, but it's like that's the pivot.
No, you
I
guys
cannot
are good.
participate.
No, you're totally good. Yeah, Mia and Jessie, did you want to jump off? You said.
Yeah, I also have to jump off because I have to finish some of this editing, and it requires
Yeah.
now.
I totally get you. Thank you very much for joining and talking and hanging out and talking about movies and stuff with us, both of you.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Rosa, I think you reached out about me being on the Composting Podcast. I'm totally down. I was just busy when you sent the message. Either that or maybe it was
yeah. I'd love to do an interview about the movie you're making.
Yeah, totally. I would absolutely love to. Now that you're here in person, I just want to say yes, I'm down. I just didn't respond because I've been so damn busy. But yes, I'm totally down.
Hell yeah! Thank you very much.
Sweet.
Hello, dog.
Yeah.
Hello. Come say hi.
A lot of respect for all the work all of you do. Yeah. Shout out leftist content creators and entertainers.
Yes.
You all do good work.
I think I'm going to take the opportunity to bounce off as well. But before the conversation ends, I just want to say, like, super, super glad to have been on here to chat with all of you wonderful people. Like, feel very honored to have met you. Appreciate Dead Domain for, like, holding the space. Hopefully we helped contribute to making some money for these GoFundMes and stuff. And yeah, it was a privilege.
Oh, sorry, really quick, everybody, because I know we've probably had a couple new people in chat. As you're going, if you want to give your socials and where people can find your work.
Yeah, did you want us to post that in the no, right here. Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Confusion.
You're okay.
Yeah, I'm Mia Moore. You can find me on Twitter at Stop Tweeting Mia, and most other places I'm at Mia Moore Vibes, Moore. I made a movie. It's called Again, and it's we're still deep in post, but like hopefully it's gonna hit festivals later on this year or early next year. And if you want to see more stuff about that, you can find it at Mia Moore Movies, I think, is my Twitter for movie stuff.
I'm so excited for it. I'm very, very pumped for your movie.
It's kick-ass.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm hopping off, Jordan, but thank you for having me, and thank you guys for being delightful, all of you.
Of course. Thank you so much for putting up with me and making it on here.
All right, bye, y'all.
Bye.
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 And then, Bugs, do you want to talk about what you do and where people can find you?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Bugs.
Yeah, this took over the whole
That's
stream.
at Bugs Maytrix with a Y on Twitter and Twitter, Insta, TikTok, Twitch. Google it. You'll find. Think I'm that on OnlyFans as well. You know, I do that. I getting back into streaming. Also, stay tuned. I'm working on a tiny little indie doc right now. I'll probably be posting about that once we're a little more into it. But shit, this has been a fucking blast. Thank you so much for having me, and like, congrats on racing. Like congrats on everything you've done today. It's fucking awesome.
No, thank you very much. And we need to chill and talk about Magic at some point.
We absolutely do. I'd love to get you into Commander. It's been lovely hanging with y'all. You have a good night. Bye.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
And then Jessie, if you want to go first, and then Lux.
Yeah, sure. I'm Jessie Gender, or aka Jesse Earl. You can find me at Jessie Gender on YouTube. I do video essay style of stuff. Got a depressing one coming out about anti-Semitism and Zionism and how it is used to vilify the left, but also the history of Zionism and a lot of other things. It's a long one, but I think hopefully a necessary one. And I worked with a lot of Palestinian and Jewish writers for that one. So that'll be coming out. That'll be coming out next week. So please support that one because I'm sure it's going to be a fun comment section for me there. But on a more hopeful note, I have more hopeful videos coming out that I'm working on right now. But my big thing is I did a movie called Identity, which is a science fiction film that is out on Nebula. If you want to go support it there, please do and chat about it because I'm currently in the process of pitching it to different places to hopefully get it made into a TV show. So if you want more trans, queer, sci-fi fun content, supporting that really will make a difference. So, and also it's a fun movie, I hope. So that's everything. So
It's a very fun movie.
Mal, thank you very much.
Looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, it should be good. Well, all right.
And Jessie, also thank you very much for stopping by. And we also have to chill and play games and talk about stuff at some point.
Yes, we do. I need someone to play Elden Ring with because I'm currently. It's my first playthrough of it, and I'm currently near the end of the game, but I haven't done the DLC yet, so that'll be fun.
If people get 2 GoFundMe's funded, we're almost to the end of 1. If we get to the end of 2, I will buy Elden Ring and play it on stream blind for the first time. So I'll be right there with you.
All right.
Have a good rest of your day.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
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 And then Lux, tell everybody who you are, what you do, and where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm Luxander, and my YouTube channel is at Luxander Reel. I also just started cross-posting my shorts over on TikTok at Luxander Reel, just trying to diversify and make money in different ways, hopefully. I also have my second channel called at One Oasis Left, which is like, that's where I'm going to post survivalist content. Like I posted recently a time-lapse of me weeding my garden plot. And those are the kind of things that I talk about on my channel is like trans politics and also climate change and trying to like be grounded and see like what are some things we can actually do materially to make our lives better and survive the apocalypse. And also eventually I'm going to pivot and I don't know, maybe start making video essays and beg Nebula to let me post on there. So media analysis stuff would be very cool to get into so that I don't have to keep talking about trans politics all the time. And yeah, that's me. I also still post on Twitter, regrettably.
What kind of, just out of curiosity, what kind of, because I know you must have some ideas for video essays you'd like to do on like just certain pieces of media or thematic content. What are we talking here? What kind of ideas have you thrown around?
Yeah, I did recently do kind of an off-the-cuff ranty type video about The Last of Us, which I realized could coalesce into a really interesting video essay about like the way that it is like a sideways, unexpected capitalist criticism. Like, there is a commune in a later episode, and then it's like if you contrast the first, like the QZ, the quarantine zone that's being run by the government, which is still capitalistic, versus the way they run things on the commune. Like, the show is clearly making a statement about which of these modes is more desirable, which I just thought was like really interesting and unexpected from what I thought. I just was like, okay, it's a zombie survival show, but it has a lot more interesting stuff to say than that. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm hoping to get into at some point.
Okay. Fantastic.
Thanks
Pretty
for
basic
pushing
stuff.
Back. Thanks for pushing back with me against all that woke bullshit earlier. I appreciate it.
I know we have to be comrades in arms, or not comrades, a different word.
Compatriots.
Compatriots. There you go.
I'd love to have you on the show sometime. By the way, you seem very cool. I'll be checking.
Yeah, absolutely. Just hit me up in the DMs anytime. We can set it up.
Okay.
So thank you, Dead Domain, for having me on, and thank you to the chat for being cool people. And I'll chat with y'all probably sometime in the future, hopefully.
Thank you so much for coming on, Lux.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, done with that. Yeah, everybody was fairly quiet during that. There wasn't a lot to go into for you guys in the chat. Sorry. I was trying to not ignore you completely. You know. Yeah, the haves and the have-nots. That's what Fedra gives you. Fucking true. So, yes, it was nice to get an opportunity to chat with some other trans folks and, you know, just kind of exist in a space with other people. It is still a little bit strange to be like the only transmasculine person in most of these spaces, like, but it's fine. I'm gonna carve a place for trans masks among like the trans women and other NBs. 'Twas good. The baby was being awake quite a lot. Yeah, the babies, they have a tendency to be awake a lot. What's wrong with them? I feel like these glasses look way better on my face when my hair is down, but it was just really fucking hot earlier. So I put it away. I was trying not to be annoying, but it is so hard. Thank you, Zypation. I appreciate that. Gifted tier 1 sub to Strawberry Estrogen 95. Strawberry Estrogen, enjoy your dicks. Custom emoji. Ooh. It's crazy how tired I feel, even though I was mostly just sitting here for that conversation. Like, I'm still very tired. Maybe I just didn't sleep too good last night or something. I don't know. Ugh. You know, I bought some Nathan's hot dogs, and I'm thinking about eating some Nathan's hot dogs for dinner. That sounds like a delicious, quick, easy meal that I don't have to work for in any capacity. Can't wait for baby to start crawling and playing with toys. Tiny babies are stupid cute, but also very boring and tiring. Yeah, there's not very much going on. They don't have a lot going on, like, conversationally or, like, activity-wise. You can't really bring them outside too much. You know, you're mostly, like, carrying it around, making burgers and mac and cheese. Ooh, carbs on carbs. Yum. Delicious. Yeah, I hope that you all enjoyed the conversation. Yeah. I feel like I can probably get over my previous disagreements with Jessie Gender. Like, I do think that she did some dumb shit on Twitter, but, like, I don't think she's terrible as a person. And like, yeah, I am going to be living a lot closer to all these folks because, like, a lot of them live on the West Coast, and it would be really cool to potentially collaborate and do projects, you know? Like, I'm starting to get back into writing for myself as a creative outlet, because I used to be very creative, and I feel like now I don't do a lot of stuff that's like me doing a creative thing. So I started posting on Patreon, and I need to do another one. Yeah, thanks, Mama. I want to start doing like short stories based on prompts on my Patreon, just to kind of like have a place to do that stuff. And it would be really cool like, I hadn't even considered the possibility of doing larger creative projects. Like, I feel like it's so ambitious. Like, Mia Moore, Jessie Gender, and, you know, Bugs Maytrix also helped, but that they are, like, ambitiously pushing to make, like, films, and I've never really considered that for myself. Excuse me. And it's not like, you know, so I guess some people might think, oh, well, my channel's not big enough or something, but like you can make a short film just by yourself, hypothetically. I mean, I'm sure it would be a ton of work, but that was really like what I did not expect from that conversation was for it to be so creatively inspiring, you know? And that's kind of why I ended up staying for the whole stream, is that, you know, there's just like, I just have so much respect for that, and I really appreciated a lot of the conversation around like how to do good storytelling with regards to like some of these trans stories. Want to do a workshop night on Discord? I do that for my friends all the time. What do you do on a workshop night on Discord? Let they who have never done dumb shit cast the first stone. I mostly don't do dumb shit in public. When I was a young warthog, yes, for sure. Not so much online, though. Okay, I do have links open that I don't need open. But yeah, it's interesting how much, like, just speaking to other creative people makes you want to do creative stuff. And I already have been feeling like, man, I don't make art anymore, and I want to. I mean, for everyone. Yeah, but what does a workshop night entail? Like, what goes into it? Is it just a creative discussion? You know? So yeah, I could see, like, I've been wanting to get more into, like, one of my bucket list items for just this year is to do a Bob Ross painting, like to follow a Bob Ross video. And I was thinking, oh, he did at least one episode that was like in black and white, so I could do that. And I wouldn't need to buy a bunch of different paint. Like, I could just buy black and white paint, basically, and the canvas, and do a Bob Ross painting. And occasionally I've been like, I'll write a little tiny snippet of poetry, but not really that much. That was the thing that I used to do when I was a teenager, but I think that was more like an angst thing. Was just kind of getting it, like, shit out of my system was the poetry. And then, yeah, the short stories thing I think is a great place to start, because there's an expectation, like, you have to keep things relatively tight, you have to keep it short, and you can use writing prompts so that you don't have to sit there and come up with the idea, because I think that as a creative person, like, that's often where the writer's block comes in, is like, okay, I would love to write a short film. What is it going to be about? Like, there's a million things that it could be about. Like, maybe that's I don't know, maybe I could spend some time contemplating, like, what could I make a short film, like, before I leave Kansas? Because, you know, of course, it's going to be so much more scenic when I live in the Pacific Northwest, but maybe there is something to say about where I live now before I have to move away. Like, I don't know, that's a really interesting idea. It's a very vague idea, but, you know, you can build on it and workshop from there. Writing exercises, reading, advice, practice, creative discussion, peer editing and critique, and a concentrated time/space for doing the writing. I'm in a workshop for academic writing at school. Okay. Sometimes the best help is just a space to work and have permission to work. Right. It's basically like doing parallel play, but you're not, like, playing, you're doing writing. That makes sense. We have a bunch of big fires going right now in Southeast Oregon, and one of them is starting to spawn lightning storms, which will probably start more fires. Mega fires are rough and wild. It's over 250,000 acres now. But your area doesn't typically get very many fires, right? Like, that's part of why I want to live roughly in that area, is that as far as all the different types of natural disasters, it's, like, fairly chill in the Willamette Valley and then next to the coast. I like building on a world state that's like fantasy shit, has elves and mages and spirits and such, but it's updated into a cyberpunk future. Then after thinking up all these badass elements and characters, I want to make all those secondary and put the primary focus onto ordinary citizens, artists, criminals, and such. That would be cool. We had a 1 acre fire the other day, but it was controlled in an hour. Yeah, like I know Southeast Oregon is a little bit more, like not quite deserty, but kind of deserty and dry. But Western Oregon and next to the coast, it's a lot more moist. Moist. Yeah, I agree, Zypation. A tribute to Kansas, as it was naturally before you have to leave sounds beautifully poignant. It's not fair, you must leave sounds like a great film prompt. Right, yeah, like there is, I try not to get too caught up in it, but there is like a mourning process that I'm kind of already in with regards to having to move. Like I would love to not feel like I have to move. And you could say, oh, well, politically, it's going to get better. Politically, you know, you could stay there and keep voting and you could run for office or whatever. And like, that's true. And it's still intolerable for me to go outside for a significant portion of the year during the summer. Like I do not control my body's temperature very well, just like internally. So it's hard for me to go outside during the hottest part of the year. And that's just going to get worse from here on out. And there is no amount of like short-term voting in Kansas that's going to change that in the near future. The scrublands east of the Cascades are considered a desert. Yeah. Yeah, so also I grew up super rural in the UK and I keep chickens amongst other things, so I am down for that type of discussion as well. If you are down for that type of discussion, there's a link in the description for the second channel at One Oasis Left. I really need to come up with more stuff to do with that. Like the most recent video, I was weeding my garden plot, and I have gone back since then and weeded my garden plot, but I didn't record it. And I just feel like I need to do more with it, you know? It's the waiting that sucks the most. Yeah, I mean, I have like 6 months to plan and raise money on my GoFundMe and plan. I'm like already looking at rentals. I'm already looking at the routes that we're going to take to get there. I'm going to message Kitty and try to, you know, have her help me figure out like what exact roads we should take, because I was originally just going to go up through Spokane, but apparently that's not the best thing to do in the winter. So I'm like, okay, well shit. And like, is that going to take me through Idaho? I'm going to try to plan like where we even stop at night. Like what hotels are we going to stop at? What towns are we going to stop in? We will have all 4 dams taken down by September this year, and we'll be reconnecting over 1,000 miles of salmon habitat in total across all the rivers that will be reconnected. It's super exciting and will help a lot with fire prevention over the next few decades. Write your Congress people asking for old dams to be removed. So many are killing the land. The Klamath salmon run will finally return after almost 100 years. That sounds awesome. Especially as someone who, I have been only lake fishing so far, but river fishing could be fun. Fish up some salmon out of the river. Gotta be careful where though, because of industrial farm runoff. Although, I don't know, like how much industrial farm runoff is there from like the vineyards in Willamette Valley? Because I think it's mostly vineyards, right? As far as the farmland is concerned. Anyway. Go through Spokane and learn why to never go again. But if I can learn from other people's mistakes, this is the great thing about being a human being with like a big brain, big wrinkly, wet brain, is that I can learn from other people's mistakes and I don't have to make them. Isn't that wonderful? I have nothing but stress. I have the choice to either keep going to school and take out more loans or start paying my student loans again, neither of which feel financially wise, while also thinking about moving away from Texas. I can't find a frickin' job either. Yeah, that's the worst, when you feel like you're stuck. I will say, like, you know, the U.S. economy is projected to collapse before 2050. So if you have debt, who fucking cares? Like, is your debt gonna stop you from getting a rental right now? Like, I don't know. It's illegal to fish for salmon where they spawn. Oh yeah, no, yeah, for sure. Exactly, Ox. Yeah. The other day I was watching this video for the top 10 most affordable cities in the US, and it was like 10 red state, 9 red state, 8 red state. There's a mishmash of different farms, but not a lot of ranching or factory farms, which create most of the dangerous runoffs. Most of the big animal stuff is also in Southeast Oregon. Right. Be careful with rabbits. Why? Because of tularemia. I have done extensive research on how to protect myself. Lots of cannabis farms for real, though. In Willamette. Good grief. Yeah, today was a good stream. Fun stream. We did not get shit accomplished as far as segments for the rest of the week, but that's okay. I have a little bit of things. I have some stuff backed up and ready. Yeah, with rabbits, like, the one thing that I am a little bit sketchy about is, like, rabbits, fleas. Because that's unavoidable no matter what time of year it is. We have tons of rabbits around us, and it's clear some aren't okay. Yeah, and the thing about rabbit fever, too, is that they die within, like, 2 weeks. So if they're acting all weird, then don't shoot one, right? And then, yeah, like, I guess you can try to shake off some of the fleas and, like, make sure that you are wearing, like, lots of bug repellent. And then you can always check the liver and make sure that the liver doesn't have signs of tularemia. Just don't hunt rabbits in our months. That's the opposite. The opposite of what people always say. People always say only hunt rabbits in our months, which is a myth because they don't actually have fewer parasites during that time of the year. Cat? I don't know where he is right now. In Northern California and Southern California, I was always told that the worry was worms. So botflies will sometimes lay their eggs on the fur of rabbits, and then the worms will burrow into the rabbit, but that is, first of all, you can just not eat that one. But apparently they only burrow in fairly shallow into the muscles, so you can just cut it out. But if you're worrying about, like, parasites in the guts, you don't eat that anyway. In my experience, you can almost always see the fleas. So my question, though, is, Jazz, since you have experience with this, if you shoot a rabbit and it has fleas, like, it's already shot, let's say, do you just, like, wait until the fleas jump off? Like, yeah, because they, like, the blood will drain all out after you shoot the rabbit. So do the fleas, like, jump off after, like, 5 or 10 minutes? Like, or if I see fleas, do I just need to call that a wash and say, oh, okay, well, fuck it. I guess I can't eat that rabbit. Or I don't know what the protocol is. Most important part in any part of the year is gutting it quickly. Yes, true. Because the meat will turn weird if you don't gut it quickly. And especially in the summer, if you're hunting them up in the summer, you want to do it quick. Fire? Or Ifri? Oh, my back hurts. Fleas do not cause rabbits disease. They are just irritating. No, I mean, apparently it's like, you know how the bubonic plague is actually passed by fleas? Apparently you can get tularemia from the fleas of a rabbit that has it. Does anyone want a cat that likes to sit on a keyboard? Yeah, I'll help you with that. Okay. I'm ready to go eat some hot dogs. So I appreciate y'all chilling and hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the discussion with Dead Domain and all those lovely people. So, as usual, I will see you on Sunday. And I expect you to be good. Or at least to not get caught.